Never did like it all that much. You want to be all years, so I was looking to be a boy. Working for a while on the ship, going right outside of the road. All of my house was so low, the grass was supposed to be high. Don't let her come on, she never escaped my mind. Just that man blue. And I was just about to do the same. Standing there back in my chair, pretending on my day. Muttered something underneath my breath. She learned the lines of my face. Must have been I better leaving her knees and when she been down to the race. My shoes.
What kind of good spots in the house? First row?
Sure.
How are you? Excellent. Things going good? Are you studying? Are you ready? Okay. Excellent. Anything, any questions you have?
It's going to be a heavy test.
Yeah. Very. I'm going to actually launch it now. You going to stay? Teresa. This is Jonathan.
Hi, Jonathan.
This is Teresa. She's one of our top producing real estate licensees. Kimberly, do you know Terry? Teresa, Kimberly. She's one of our brand new babies. Okay. Oh, we're going to talk about Mike. Mike's my guy. Mike's my guy. Okay. So welcome, everybody. I'm going to have you sign in. I've got some more people who are coming. We've got a ton of people who are remote watching. I know. So we're doing really super well with our, let's see if we can do. I'm on my 4th. Yeah. So the first day I do a needs analysis. Okay. And that typically takes the whole day. So I'm saying, like, I'm asking everybody where they're at. Do you have open house signs? Do you got your name tag? Do you have a bio done? You know, do you have an open house kit? Okay, I don't want to hear that.
I know that.
Okay.
But for
Okay.
40 years, they won't either. Trust me.
Okay, but for when you're first starting out in your business, right, your entire basis came from open houses, right? And so then the challenge is they have to be coming to every single training that the company is offering. So you have to be ready. You have to treat this like a job. So I'm making you come in from 9 in the morning until 1. I'm making you go to sales meeting and on tour. Okay, I'm making you go to Kathy J. Fernandez's In the Trenches. You need to come on Thursday to the risk management meeting. Okay, so I'm trying to get you engaged in everything that's going on. Any kind of time we're offering some training and whatnot, getting somebody in. And
these guys licensed already?
Jonathan doesn't have a real estate license. He went through school with me. Kimberly does have a real estate license. She actually did an internship in the property management department and found out that property management probably wasn't where she wanted to put her time, energy, and talents.
Kimberly, you're narrow-minded.
No, Kimberly's smart. Okay. Commercial real estate management is awesome. I loved that. Residential management, dealing with people where they live, is not my favorite thing in the life. Okay. Then I go over the market and I go over stats. And I teach you that you can become an amazing real estate licensee just by knowing the stats.
Boy, that's the truth.
Right. I can go into any market area in the country, and if I just know the stats, I'm an expert. How I can use stats with buyers to have them make informed offers, how I can use stats for sellers to make sure they price their property appropriately, and what stats are telling me. You know, so we go over that. And then yesterday.
That's already gone over?
Yeah. Huh?
I want the stats class.
You want to stay in this class?
I want stats class. The status.
I can go over some stats. You want that? Okay.
Any question?
Yes, sir.
You know, from Monday to Friday, you already did like your 3 already, right?
I did Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Did it all connected to each other, or you know, because I skipped this
they
week,
are in my mind. How I'm trying to roll things out, it's connected in my mind. The very first thing I think you have to know is the market. So one of the very first things we did is we went through like the AEDC economic report, and we went over the 3-year forecast, because I think you need to know your market so that when you are sitting at open house and you're scared, you don't know what you're doing, you have a basis to talk to people. So what's going on in transportation, what's going on in the government, what was our homework? So everybody had homework. Do you remember what the homework was? Yeah, so either to come talk to me about something you heard on the news, and I know you're very well informed nationally, but are you as informed locally on exactly what's going on in our market? Because when I meet somebody who starts to talk to me about Pebble Mine, I want to know the pros and the cons of Pebble Mine. I want to know what people's argument is, and recognize whether you're for it or against it. The development of any huge resource in our state means billions and billions with a B dollars to our economy. I'm not saying that I want that to happen, or it's not a political thing or to argue whether or not it would be good, bad, or indifferent. It's just to say, Kabata. Do you know what I'm talking about when I say Kabata?
I sure do.
Okay, tell me what Kabata is.
It's the Connect River Bridge crossing.
Connect River Bridge crossing. So some people say that's a bridge to nowhere and that's a stupid thing to build. And then other people are like, oh my gosh, it's economic development and the government will, the federal government will give us funding and it's jobs and it's, and it's possibly revenue sources and yak. So there's positives and negatives of anything happening. What are the things that could potentially pop in our economy? What are the things that you need to know so that when you're talking to buyers and sellers that you can talk to them about the economy? So I spend time on the economy, Terry.
See, I'm impressed because that's what
Right. Well, I'm glad because and then some people want to. I'm not about debating the issue, but we just had 2,600 troops. They're going to shut down the airborne division now. That sounds like a lot, and people are like, tearing their hair out about that. And I'm like, I don't know if you all,
staged
over 2 years, not only that, but did y'all know it was supposed to be 29,000 people? So 2,600 versus 29,000, we got off scot-free in reality.
Also, you know what else I heard about that? I don't know if it's true or not.
Let's talk about it.
Well, I was also told that it's more the medic stuff. It's more for helping the wounded warriors.
Well, I will tell you, they absolutely 100% shut down the Wounded Warrior program. One of our licensees here, Melanie, her husband worked for the Wounded Warrior Project, and they shut down the Wounded Warriors. But
because the way I understand it, they're going to get better care elsewhere because we're really not qualified. We're too fragmented. And
there's not enough about that I know about.
Yeah, I was digging into that a little bit more, and I can see why we're doing that. I mean,
yeah, and I mean, there's a huge. I know from even my father was treated by the VA. This is probably the premier. If I were to tell you, other than Johns Hopkins, this is probably one of the best areas of the country where you could get VA care. Hand to God, in Anchorage, Alaska, comparatively to the rest of the United States.
I'm talking about the mental health part.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not talking about the mental health. I apologize.
Specifically mental health, post-traumatic stress syndrome, PTSD.
Yeah, I don't know.
And I'm just told that they get better care.
Very well could be. Don't know that either.
Are you looking at positively the next decade in economy-wise?
Absolutely. Well, you need to look at it as on a SIWOT analysis. Do you know what the SIWOT analysis is? You need to look at the strengths of our economy, the weaknesses of our economy, the opportunities in our economy, because there's a vacuum there, and then the threats in our economy. Obviously, all of us can talk oil prices. Oil prices being a threat to government funding and economy and how we fund our government, yak, which could then lead to what? That could lead to additional taxation, sales tax and now a move to institute a state income tax.
Which is really sad.
Yeah, yes, we could talk about that for quite a while. Okay, but today we're going to move back into, and also yesterday I introduced everybody to Mike Ferry. So one of the reasons, and Terry, I love having you here, okay, because you've been in the business for how long, and you're sitting here? 40 years, and I have Dean Nelson coming in, and he's been in the business for a really long time, and he's like, I'm starting my business from scratch, okay? I also did how to set up your database. So I showed people Excel and how they can really easily set their database up in Excel, and I can get with anybody one-on-one.
I use the Flex system.
Totally cool. Use the Flex system. I love that. But no matter what, you have to have a way to get into. And the reason why I like Excel is if I can't get online for any reason, which I have a problem getting online every once in a while, I've got a document that I can access anytime. I can print it out. I can do all kinds of things on my computer. Okay, correct. Instead of being web-based. And I had to train myself back when we started real estate, and I've only been in it about 30 years. I haven't been in it for 40, but hey, you got to be proud of that. You've survived. Oh, stop it. You've survived and thrived, right? But we were on the phone message system, right? Remember phone messages? That's how we had our contacts. Everything was by a phone message, and Rolodexes. Yeah. Everything was on a Rolodex, right?
Yesterday, I was cleaning out some of the archives that they hold out of the
Yeah.
warehouse. Oh
Yeah.
my God, I found some Rolodexes.
You found Rolodexes, and are you just sitting there going, "This is"? We used to run our business on Rolodexes. We would have those spinning things. We would put people's business cards. We would staple it to it, or we would handwrite, and that was our entire book of business. Then we moved to paper day timers. Does everybody remember day timers? Now, there's some people in the world. Naomi Louvier still uses a day timer. That little system. I could never use a day timer because my handwriting is too large.
Have you ever used an all-time typing machine? Tick, 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 tick.
Oh, yeah. Oh, not probably not so much that, but yeah. But then we moved to like, the whole Franklin Covey planners and whatnot came in. And then, so I mean, written things.
I remember we had MLS books for Christ's
Oh my God, don't you remember MLS books? They were the best. Literally, MLS published a book of all the listings. Are you ready? It was black and white. They were little squares about this big. They had a picture of the exterior of the house that MLS took. MLS used to be the only people didn't go out and take photos, guys. I didn't go out and take photos of my listing. MLS went and took a photo of my listing, and I would find out whether it would be good, bad, or indifferent. Or the right, let's not go there. And then you would get this little teeny tiny blurb, and it was very difficult to read. And there was probably, I want to say 12 to a page, hand to God, and double-sided, and that came out once a month, and that was your inventory.
Oh, and then we got the flyers.
Yeah. So, I mean, gosh, that was a really big deal.
And
So
then we got faxes.
Right? What? And we used to write our contracts, you guys, using carbon paper, and then we went to the carbon-less paper. Yeah, then we had pink goldenrod and the original copy. Everything was handwritten.
I thought that we had 4 in there.
No, it was pink. It was you maybe when I started. When I started, it was pink, goldenrod, and white.
The pink. Why did I think it was a green in there?
No.
Because I'm only carrying
You're making it up. Okay. And so then, today we're going to talk about personality testing and how to work with different personalities. And we're going to go back to Mike Ferry.
Is it the disc or is it what?
I like Myers-Briggs. I really do like Myers-Briggs better. But I've got another one. I've got color testing, which is a whole nother thing that we can do. And it's just, you have to learn about personalities. You have to know about your personality, and you have to be able to interact with other people's personalities, because you're going to find out, you're going to rub up against people.
I wish you help with Colby too.
I'm sorry, who?
Colby. It's kind of an aptitude test.
Oh yeah, if we can find it online, we can do it. Yeah.
But we can do it later this
Yeah, sure. But we're gonna do some personality testing because
what are we doing today?
okay, we're doing Mike Ferry today, and we're doing personality testing. Okay, and then I've got some additional stuff. Now, one of the things I always like to ask you, Terry, I'm gonna have you sign in, little lady.
CEs on this?
I can. I will start to be able to give you CEs, but these classes are not approved. Of course you do. Nobody ever asked me for anything. Oh, good, you're signing it. Okay, so let's see, where was I going? Okay, so who is the most charming person you know, Kimberly? Oh, what? What? Did anybody watch the debate? Okay, oh, interestingly, did anybody watch the debate last night?
I did.
You did not.
I wished I had seen the first one.
Did you go to Mad Myrna's where they were streamcasting it? No? Okay.
I wished I had gone to the. I specifically was home by 5 o'clock to watch the debate.
Okay.
Never went by, but the 4 o'clock ones.
Yeah.
The happy hour ones, I guess. Farino, what's her name? Carly Farino.
Correct.
She, I guess, the clips I've seen of her were just amazing.
Okay.
So I thought that was pretty good.
Okay. I did not watch the debate. I did not get home in time. Why did I tell you that you need to watch these presidential debates? Why are they important? Because Kimberly goes, they're important. No, but what else? I know, she's like, no, not enough coffee, lady. Whoa, oh, my ankle just went. Yeah, but not just that. Where are they taking the economy? How are they going to react under pressure? What are the issues they're talking about? Believe this or not. Okay, you want to know how crazy I am? Did I tell you what I did? I went and watched especially, and I'm really interested in the Republicans right now. Okay. For several different reasons, because there's such a backlash in our economy that I think the Democrats are going to have a really hard road to hoe.
I totally agree with that.
Okay.
There's just a very anti right
Correct, right? I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to walk back here and pop this door because the noise is going to interfere. It's interfering with my thinking. So I went and watched all of the previous Republican debates, like for when Mitt Romney was running for president, okay? And the reason why I went and watched all of them was because I wanted to know what were the issues then, what are the issues now, what were they talking about then, what are they talking about now, what was the agenda in 2012, what's the agenda in 2016, you know, and some of these, this cast of characters, as I like to say, they have some of the same cast of characters. What was their positions then? What were they running on? What are they running on now? What's their plan? Okay. Remember Herminator? Does anybody remember Herminator? What was his plan? Herman Cain, right? What was his plan?
Oh, what was his plan?
Do you remember?
99. What was it?
999. You were right. It came straight to your mind. The 999. Right?
Yeah.
It was like 9% income tax, 9% sales tax, and a 9%, I believe, flat.
Wasn't there a consumer tax in there? I can't remember.
Well, that national sales tax, national income tax, flat tax, and then there was another tax in there. Sorry, but anyway, it was the 999 plan, and he picked that up off of a kid who either worked for a think tank or he worked for a bank. Kind of had proposed this, but of course never had anybody propose it as an economic model. Never had anybody see what it would actually. You know, they can take something like. They can take something like that and they can actually project it out and they could show what that would actually do for income and blah, 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 and revenue for the federal government, et cetera. And of course, it was not economically feasible to do that. That wouldn't kind of make the economy either, number one, grow. Business tax. So it was 9% business tax flat. Okay, 9% sales tax, 9% income tax. That was the thing. And it was like, it wasn't economically sustainable or feasible, but that's what he was running on, the 999. Okay, so that's interesting. And then remember, does anybody remember Steve Forbes? What did he want to do?
Stimulate the economy.
He wanted to flat tax it.
Oh, he still does.
He wanted to say every single human being in the United States pays the same amount of income tax, and no more, like, do away with the IRS, no more loopholes, no more nothing. Everybody pays, and whatever your percentage is, that's what you pay in tax, period. Period. As federal income tax.
And it's kind of what Dr. Ben Carson did.
I haven't seen it. So I'm fascinated. I'm going to go home this weekend and I'm going to watch, because not only do I want to watch the debates, but then I want to watch, there's the Democratic response to the debates, and then there's the moderators, and then there's the pundits, and so you got to get excited. But why do you want to be watching what's going on with the Republican Party in particular? And I'm not going to give anything away about my political beliefs because they're irrespective. But I think that the country is there's a backlash right now against the Democratic Party.
There's a huge backlash. And I also think that people are finally waking up to the fact that Ted Cruz hit it on the head. He calls it the Washington, the DC cartel. I love that.
Oh, interesting.
I
Yeah.
thought that was
Interesting.
What a title.
Yeah. Well, I didn't watch anything. I just was looking.
He's been using that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I have found that.
And he's got a book out right now too. I was just in the bookstore and he's got a book out. And every presidential candidate typically writes a book. Not that I'm telling you to go read them because they're not written by them, but that's a whole nother kettle of fish. But that's going to be really critically important right now. What's going on with these
There's
issues?
a massive move to get back to our roots, jobs. I think we're gonna start hearing a lot more about the love of labor.
I absolutely agree.
The love of your job, the importance of job.
Yes.
I think we're going to get back to roots such as family. I think the whole Planned Parenthood has really put an emphasis on pushing us in that direction big time. I think you're going to see a cleanup of the clothing people are wearing.
You think?
Is that the word? We're going to get back.
We're going to become much more, do you think we're going to become a much more conservative nation?
Yes.
You do? Okay.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I think you're going to see a big change in the clothing. I think you're going to see a big change in advertising.
Interesting.
I think there is a massive shift the other way. You're going to see God, you're going to see country. All these things are going to become fashionable that weren't fashionable.
For a while.
Yep, it's the pendulum is going to rocket the other way. My gut. What I'm hearing, what I'm seeing, for Christ's sake, even Joe Biden is leaning. The vice president is even leaning that direction. But holy cow!
Uh-huh.
I think we have a crisis.
Love of country. Love of country.
We have major crises internationally. I think that
right. What is anybody paying attention? And thank you for saying that. Is anybody paying attention to what's going on? They're trying to kick somebody out of the EU. Who are they trying to kick out of the EU? Greece. And that's going to have that happening over there has a ripple effect with us here.
Not only ripple effect, but it's a mirror image of what's going on with our country.
Hello.
You watch the EU, you watch us. They happen to be a group of countries. We happen to be a group of states.
Correct.
And you watch what's going to happen in
Iceland,
Puerto Rico.
Yeah, Puerto Rico just what just happened.
Is going to be our
Puerto Rico just defaulted. Okay, which is what we supposedly stopped America from defaulting, right? That was that whole.
And Rand Paul, unfortunately, first of all, I think we got to stand with Israel because we pledged to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But he's right. We can't afford to borrow money from China to give to other countries. If we don't have an excess, if it can't come out of our savings account, what the hell are we doing? Just like our charity. Just like our charity.
Yeah, I think you guys should be fist pumping over here. I know this guy right here. We can, but we really do I've got a lot of stuff to cover, you guys.
I think we are.
Ladies, I love your optimism about the country. And by the way, I'm sharing your conservative beliefs. I'm a very, very conservative guy. The reason why Teresa knows that I was born into socialism in Eastern Europe. I'm Hungarian, and I have seen devastation in socialism and progressivism and liberalism. So I've seen it. Now, but so I share your views. I'm very conservative. But on the other hand, I'm not. If I'm looking at just one thing, the public education system in the United States.
That's on the
last 40 years, at least. Couple of generations was dumbed down so much. I don't think so. It's gonna the pendulum's gonna swing that hard to the other direction easily or very quickly.
You're missing one little tiny factor.
Go ahead.
Do you realize like even in this town, do you realize the number of people that have their children homeschooled in private school?
Probably not.
And I am stunned because the property taxes we pay, 50% or 40% of our budget goes to education?
Yep.
Okay. These people that have kids in school, especially elementary, they not only pay their property taxes, in addition to that, they are double taxed. I'm going to use the word double taxed because they choose to take their income. And yes, you got to pay your taxes, your property taxes, but they also take that almost matching amount and put their kids in school, private school.
And sometimes it's a ton more. It might be a ton more.
And I don't know the dollar amount. And I'm thinking
depends on the private school.
I don't know how many people can afford it. I mean, if I'm looking at
they can't. It's not a matter of affording it or not. It's a matter of it's mandatory in their families. And I am so stunned at the number of people that make
a family decision. Yeah, I agree.
Get their kids into private school.
Grace Christian, $790 per kid. Grace Christian on Hoffman and Pintail, $790 for
per month though.
For a month.
For a month.
Kid.
1 month.
I know, and I can't believe the people that will make it happen. And I don't know how they make ends meet.
Well, you know what I think they do is I think some of them put it on a credit card. To be honest with you.
But it's that important.
Or yeah, I agree. Well, anyway, you guys, can we?
Sure.
All right, can we get? But I do think that these issues are super important because I think that as America goes, so as Alaska goes, there's a lot of because we're having the presidential elections, there's a number of people who feel as if the country is in flux right now.
Here's another question. Just
yes, of course.
Did the governor of Alaska just expanded Medicaid, right?
You know, I can't answer that question. I'm not 100% sure.
A few weeks ago.
He just did.
He did expanded.
It's still in the scuttle.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to.
Yeah.
I would.
Can I say one more thing?
One more thing. She always wants to say one more thing.
I cannot believe the importance of every voice in the United States of America. Do not underestimate your voice, your emails, your phone calls. Don't be afraid to send an email to Lisa Murkowski. Don't be afraid to send one to the president. Do not be, for God's sake, start emailing.
How about this one, you guys? And I'm gonna toggle off on this.
Sure.
Realtors, we're realtors at this company. Realtors, you pay them money. They are one of the most important political action committees in the United States. They are literally trying to save our industry from so many different things. We've got Dodd-Frank, we've got the CFPB, we have people are under mortgage interest deduction is under attack. They raise the capital gains rates, you guys. I mean, come on. If you don't, when those call to actions comes out, when it comes to realtors, you see things that come out on realtors, don't just, please don't, don't just be like, oh yeah, whatever. No, look at it, see what it says. That's something that's a really big deal. You are paying the dues.
I understand, Teresa, but again, I have a heartache, really, ladies. My heartache is the fundamental transformation of this country is almost complete. The establishment in DC, the
cartel
in DC. I mean, I'm almost reached the point to the elections are rigged, pretty much.
I'm not willing to do. I'm not willing to say that, but I do think that there are. My personal belief is these public the PACs that they're allowed to set up, the private PACs. What's that guy? Turd Blossom. What's his name? Karl Rove setting up not only one but two. It's those types of guys. I mean, the billionaires being able to buy, do whatever they want. I think that's an issue. That's an issue for me. But with politics, you guys, I love that we're talking about this. This is really important. Yeah.
Everybody's voice is heard.
Well, and I think you're right, but Jonathan, I want you to, take a look at the Occupy Wall Street movement. I mean, that shook this country to its core. I mean, and you really think about Occupy Wall Street was as big of a deal as Arab Spring, except it wasn't violent. Do you know what I'm talking about? It really was. I mean, fundamentally, it really was. But anyway, okay, you guys. So, I want to talk about personality a little bit. Who is the most charming person you know, Jonathan?
Oh, it's an excellent question. Wow.
Who's the most charming person you know?
Ooh, wow. I need some time for that.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Terry, who's the most charming person you know? No, you're sweet. Yeah, who's the most charming person you know? And I'm using this word for a specific reason. Charm. Good manners, treating people well. That has always been kind of a cornerstone of a professional. Okay, do you know what I mean? So who's the most charming person you know?
Can you sort of definition of charming?
Sure.
Maybe it would help.
Sure.
What's the definition of
Typically, somebody who's like a person who's charming is normally they're normally a positive type person who is always kind of talking making you feel good, possibly has a large amount of influence on you, okay, because you know them, like them, and trust them. And they're able just by sometimes their persona, sometimes by how they treat you or how they make you feel, be able to influence you into, acting, not acting, saying something, not saying something.
But here's a distinction. Many people are acting out. They doesn't show real personality.
No, but that's not, acting out is not charming. Acting out is not charming.
But some people can fool you.
Maybe.
Like a charming dust, fairy dust.
Yeah, it's somebody wonderful, somebody who you just think is, and I'm not talking any type of celebrity. I mean somebody you actually know, that you interact with, that you deal with. Is your wife charming?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. So do you think she might be the most charming person you know?
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, sure.
Okay. So that's what I'm talking about. Somebody who engages people, who people's eye goes to, not because they're outrageous or outlandish, but because they have a persona, where they command, they're in a positive way is kind of where I'm going. So who do you think is the most charming person you know? Kimberly, do you have somebody in your life that you think is the most charming person you know? You don't know? Any instructors that you had, any professors at UAA that were particularly charming?
There's some.
Okay. Okay. But anybody in who influences, okay, let me ask a different question then. Maybe this is a different question. Who's a big influencer on you personally in your life? Who? Probably your dad. Okay. Does he hold a lot of your respect? A lot of your decision making might be based on maybe what your dad says. Okay, that's totally cool. How about you?
Probably wife, yeah.
Probably your wife.
That was it.
Okay.
Professionally?
Yeah, professionally.
Can I tell you, it really changed my life
Sure.
for the last 30 years?
Sure.
Mike Ferry. I mean,
I know you're a Mike Ferry devotee, and I'm just bringing you in here because
he has, I mean,
but he's not particularly a charming man.
I found it extremely
Did
charming,
you?
but I don't know if it's-
Yeah.
With outside charm also, or just inner?
No. And it has the kind of the whole picture, the whole
Some people walk
picture.
in a room and they light it up.
Yeah.
They just hope, oh,
Yeah. Yes. Okay. In my worldview, I want you to start thinking about something. You need to be the most charming person everyone knows. And charm is actually, believe it or not, it's another thing. It's a skill. It's a skill. It's absolutely learnable. Absolutely. Yes, Terry, you can become charming. Okay, so because what are behaviors that put people at a distance from you?
uncharming.
Like what?
Rude.
Rude, unprofessional, right? Somebody who's snappish, unprofessional. Maybe someone who isn't,
Condescending.
there you go, condescending, sarcasm. Sarcasm is anger in disguise, by the way.
Is it?
Absolutely.
There's no healthy sarcasm at all?
I mean, dry humor is different than sarcasm. Sarcasm is, the way a lot of people utilize it today. I think dry wit used to be called sarcastic wit, and now sarcasm, that I think we see,
demeaning.
it's very
demeaning.
negative.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
demeaning.
and I think it's a little bit of an anger.
And I feel like it kind of marginalizes.
I think at one point, I think people were called sarcastic. They just had a kind of a dry sense of humor. And now I think it's kind of morphed into something that's kind of really ugly. In my personal viewpoint, I may be wrong. Who knows? I'm not wrong. No. No, kidding. Mike, is she wrong? No. But who is the most charming person you know? You need to be the most charming person you know. You do. Okay, probably, I'm going to name two people that are the most charming people I know. My mother.
Your mother's very charming.
My mother's Barbara Block. She's a broker.
very
She is probably the most charming person I've ever met. We can go anywhere in Anchorage. There is never a person that doesn't think that they know her, like her. There's never some people walk up to us in the strangest places. They're like, Barbara. And I'm looking at her and I already know. I'm like, later on, I'm like, who's that? She's like, I have no idea. But they will spend 15 and 20 minutes speaking with her, engaging. She's very active in, she's been always in her life, has been really, really active in the community. PTA was her. She rose on the national level in the Parent Teacher Association. She's very active kind of in politics. We did 4-H when we were kids.
The question, when you have no enemies, so to speak, is it how I say, let me find an example.
Sure.
What, for example?
Prime example, Jesus.
Sure.
Jesus of Nazareth, right? I believe he was one of the most charming person ever lived on the planet.
Could be.
But he had so many enemies.
Sure.
Because he told them straight
Sure.
what's the issue and what the person has to deal with. And he has a lot of enemies. So now my question is, when you have no enemies and you can relate to everybody without problematic discussion and so forth, is it really a true personality of yours?
Can't answer. I think, and truly, let's use that. Let's morph that into like somebody who. Does everybody know who Jim Jones is? Jim Jones, the cult leader, right? That's a charming guy too.
Right.
That's a charming guy too.
Apparently Adolf Hitler was too.
Exactly, right? Charming guy.
But when I see him on TV,
He looks like a lunatic, doesn't he? But
he doesn't charm.
well, but we don't speak German either. I don't speak German as a first or second language. He was mesmerizing, right? And but again, that's a cult. Again, as an opposite, as a cult leader, I think people are charming too. But charm has to do with how you can. It's being an influencer, isn't it? It's how people react to you, and the whole idea of having charm is you're bringing people toward you. Your people are naturally coming to you. Do you think that's a good thing to have in sales? Where I'm you know, I mean, yeah,
From
Right.
everywhere. And she'll like, we have like a bunch of guys on our team.
yeah.
And like we started with like maybe 2, but she'll go and talk to people and, like,
And get
drag
them,
in.
recruit them in,
Yeah.
right? And not every boy wants to be a cheerleader, right? Exactly, but she's able to have people step outside of the,
Half and half right now.
yeah.
We have a team of about 30.
That's fantastic. But that's living proof of somebody who can be charming. Again, somebody who can be inclusive and have people come in. Probably if I had to say a real estate licensee, and I've said this for years, and I've been outside of this company and inside of this company, Brian Broderick is probably the most charming real estate licensee I've ever met in my life. I don't know if
He's got a charm.
he has a charm, right? He is a just a upstanding, fantastic professional. I've never heard a negative word spoken. He's a positive, kind of light-bearing person. He's a pleasure to deal with in a transaction. He's always he's very and probably professionally competent. So delivers on what he says he's going to do. Do you know what I mean? So it's there you go. That's the word. He's a joy to work with. So are you a joy to work with? Are you a joy to work with? And if you're not, can you change it? Yeah. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Because charm, you know, the types of things I'm talking about, these are, again, skills that are learnable. This is a learnable skill. And it's a big deal. It's a big deal. Because if I can bring clients toward me, then, and they can seek me out, then I can spend more time selling real estate, become more profitable when someone's seeking me. So one of the things I think I probably like on the education side is kind of, I found the more knowledgeable I was, the more comfortable I was speaking with people, the more they engaged with me, right? And then when they started to rely, you know, and people would ask your opinion. I bet you have clients who won't make a move without you.
That's exactly correct.
They just won't make a move without you.
They won't do refinance. They won't
Right. That's what I mean. They won't make a move without you, right? There's probably, when it comes to real estate, there's no.
It's not really real estate. It's real estate, any form or fashion.
Yes.
Colors.
Yes. This is where I'm going. What color should I paint the exterior of my house? I'm like, really?
Seriously.
Yeah. Okay. You know, what should I do? What should I pick? How should I handle this?
What about refinancing?
Right.
What about moving credit cards?
Right.
Oh my gosh, it's like crazy.
But you become that kind of expert to someone. So yeah, that's part of it. But and you can use that knowledge base. Now, I will tell you, it is my absolute personal belief that there are some real estate licensees out there that are not charming, but by their force of personality, they command business. You know, there's a couple licensees I've dealt with and I've done deals with that, you know, it was like you will kneel, the king or queen is in the room. You know, and I didn't enjoy doing real estate transactions with them. So that makes a difference in how your business is going to run. I will tell you an absolute true fact. Brian Broderick used to sell, I think it was one house every 10 days. So he one house every 8 days, one house every 10 days. He was one of the first real estate licensees. He got the Anchorage Daily News at the time, and this would have been in the early 2000s. He got them to put a Post-it note on the front of the paper. Now, let me tell you what a big deal this is. Now, it's not such a big deal today. You see advertisements on the front page of papers now because newspaper advertising has had to move that. But for 500 years that paper has been printed, newspapers especially, they never allowed advertisements to be on the front of the paper. Now, I don't know how he got this done, but I will never forget the newspaper the day it arrived, and he had a Post-it note on the Sunday papers. And he had it just was a little Post-it note, picture of himself. Brian Broderick sells one house every 8 days, and I can sell yours too. That day, I was like, genius. Okay? I lost more listings to that guy. I lost more listings to that guy, but it was a pleasure to show his property. It was a pleasure to work with him. And literally when he had, and I showed the hot sheet. A hot sheet's a really big deal, right? So when I would go on the hot sheet and he would have a new listing pin up, I told you one of the old ways that you can become a real estate master is because you have the magic key, you're able to get into houses. I would start every single morning, number one on the hot sheet, going through all of the different property. And then any property that was vacant on lockbox that was new, I would go drive and take a look at. And when I stood in the house, I would ask myself, do I know anybody who this house might fit? And if I did, I'd call them and ask them to come take a look at the house.
Can I give these guys the biggest key to success?
What's the biggest one?
40 years in this business.
Yeah.
The more houses you go through, the more houses you sell. It's in direct correlation to what.
She's talking really soft. Okay. The more houses you go through.
The more houses you preview, not online, walk through.
There you go.
The more houses you preview.
So I'm
in direct correlation to the amount of houses you list or sell.
So are you telling me that I'm preaching the correct things? Am I telling them a true story?
It was 10 houses a day.
Yeah. Okay. So literally I would go in and I would look at a house, and every time I was in that house, I would stand there and I would say, do I know anybody who might want to purchase this house? And if somebody's name popped in my mind, I would call them up. And sometimes it was like, it's amazing. And they'd be like, Teresa, I'm not interested in buying a house. I'm just like, I know, I'm just telling you, I'm standing in this house, and for whatever reason, I was thinking of you. And do you want to come meet me over here for lunch? But literally, let me tell you, Brian used to have an amazing pricing strategy. You all should write this down. He priced that house not at the tippy top of the market, not at the wave. He priced it just about 99% of value. 99% of value. There's a range. Oh, she's talking so soft because she's telling you something amazing. There's about there's a range of value on a listing. You always want to be under, never up here. Why?
Because if you ever go fishing, what do? If you put a little bit of bait on your hook, you may or may not get a bite. But if you take all the bait on that hook and make it big and fat and juicy, what are you going to get?
You're going to get
the biggest, fattest fish.
Look at you go. So I'm actually telling these people the right stuff.
You are so dead spot on.
Are you happy you came today? Okay.
You are so dead spot on. But I love it. And I'm glad to hear you're teaching this to the new people.
Yes. My job is that they become successful, right? So literally he would price the property just under the wave, you guys. Yeah, just under the wave. He'd price that property right there, and guess what we would all do? There would be a stampede. If I knew that there was a listing that Brian had on the market, okay, real estate licensees would be all, so I'll never forget this as long as I live. Does everybody know where Bayshore is? Okay, so Bayshore is a little twisty, windy neighborhood that you can get lost in, okay? So I can't even remember what street he had the property on, but there was probably 12 of us, okay? And he would stack us in back to back, right? And so we were all like standing outside, like just waiting to get into this property. But what do you know when there's 12 licensees standing outside a listing?
It's hot.
It's hot, okay? And we were calling people. You know, we would go over there. I didn't have a client to buy his listing. This is what I knew. I didn't have a client to buy his listing, but I wanted to see it because if I had anybody in that price point, I knew that it was a what? It was a good price. It was a good price. It was priced to sell.
Not to sit.
Right. So if I could get a buyer into that property that wanted to write an offer, if that one would fit their needs, number one, they were going to get a fantastic buy. They were going to be so thrilled and they were going to be so happy. And he was a pleasure to deal with. So it was like, oh, so literally, I want you guys to be that licensee. I want you to be that good at the pricing, and I want you to be that good to work with that people absolutely will seek out your listings to sell. Okay, I'll tell you, it's super easy, right? Okay, okay, no, but you show, we have market statistics. Remember all those statistics that I showed you? And I can show people, and what's really easy is days on market. And you can just really show somebody, and you can run your own reports, and you can show people that by underpricing, they can get multiple offers, and they can actually bust the ceiling. Am I lying or dying here, friend? I can get multiple offers, and I can get more than they would get if they priced it at the top, the top of the market, or if they overpriced it, right? If it was too high.
The best thing to do is when you do a brokers opinion of value, competitive marketing, a brokers opinion of value, you better know what you're doing.
Yeah.
You don't just take some numbers off of MLS. If it's a pending, call that licensee and see if they will tell you what it's pended at and who paid what for closing costs.
Yep.
Why am I giving all my secrets?
Because you want to deal with good licensees.
I do.
You want to deal with good licensees.
And the reason I like pendings is because that's truly where our market is. Our market's always flexing.
Yeah.
And if it's stagnant, yeah, you can go to the solds. But if it's flexing, you got to go to the pendings.
Okay, I'm here to tell you, I really, might be hard for you to recognize this right now, but what we're trying to tell you, and there's only 2 of you that are enjoying this in the room, this is magic. This is magic. Set them up right. I'm gonna tee them up. I'm gonna try and set them up right, right? Okay, so how do you become the most charming person you know? What do you think those traits are in common? Yeah.
For me, it's knowing what I'm doing.
Okay.
And be confident in what I'm doing.
Okay, excellent.
Because that portrays it in everything we say, do, feel. Know what you're doing.
Okay.
Arm yourself. And for whatever reason, that tends to translate into how you look, how you walk, how you feel, how you talk, my confidence. If I don't stand firmly on the ground,
yes.
If my feet aren't firmly planted with everything I say, do, feel, if I'm not, I have to be congruent with all of me.
Sure.
If I'm not congruent with all of me, you might as well forget it.
So, okay, and I'm gonna jump into this. This is this was a handout that I gave to everybody the first day we started. Okay. And I'm gonna show it to you right now. I'm going online and I'm going to mikeferry.com. Well, that's what I'm trying. You know, here's the thing. Unfortunately, Mike, I'm going to tell these kids they're not ready for Mike yet. No, they're not ready for Mike. They're not ready to pay for coaching yet.
Oh, no, I'm not saying pay coaching. Look at this stuff.
No. That's what I'm saying. All of this stuff is available to them, but they're not ready to pay for coaching yet. Do you see? I'm trying to be honest. Okay, I'm trying to be honest. Let me give you. Hang on one second. He is a national real estate coach that has been in business probably for 40, 50 years. He teaches the he coaches the top real estate licensees in the country. He also, and there's a couple other people that I can talk to you guys about. There is Tom Ferry is his son, who is lovely, and he has his own company, but he is riffed off of daddy, and I'm kind of a believer in using the, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm a believer in using the original. And I'm sorry, I'm not able to, I gotta get over here and I can't get over there. And I don't know why.
Tom's kind of zoomed in the Remax too.
Is he?
Yeah.
Gosh darn it.
Darren was on the cover of Time magazine along with,
Was he seriously? Zig Ziglar or something?
no, the president of the United States. The most influential people in the United States, I think, was George W. Ferry, and other people. And incidentally, Mike also coaches kids.
Yeah, no, there it is, free resources. Now I'm happy.
So he's international.
Yes, he is. So he has this content page right here. This is at mikeferry.com/main/content/complimentary. You can also Google search Mike Ferry complimentary downloads. So he has, I call it the 10 commitments that he asks you to make. We'll go get it. Oh. And he has, so this is one of the very first handouts that I did. So he says, I'm committed to, he wants you to have 10 commitments, and I base my real estate business on this. I base my teaching on this, okay? I want you to read your business plan in depth every single week. So by the time you walk out of boot camp, one of the tasks you're gonna have is having a business plan. 5 equities: physical health, mental health, spiritual health, family health, and financial health. And when you were saying being rooted in who you are, if you have your life kind of together, you really can do really well selling. Sometimes if there's one area of your life that's a little bit out of wacky-tacular balance, you have a hard time selling. So I like to, if nothing else, even if you have something a little bit out of balance in your life, you're going to have to overcome it if you're going to go into sales, because salespeople can't let, the dog ate my lunch. You can't let that ruin you can't let that ruin your selling. So maintain a positive attitude every single day. You have to be positive. People don't want to work with negative people. I don't want to be around negative people. I want to be around positive people. I want to, every time I have a situation, I want to try and find the best thing I can find out of it. Sometimes the best thing about the situation is it's over. That might be the best thing about the situation. Okay, I gotcha. I'm not an idiot, but I'm telling you, the best thing about it is it's over. Okay. Following your schedule 75 to 80% of the time. What I start every single licensee out is having a daily schedule. I have you come in from 9 in the morning until 1.
Can you print this out?
I have these. I'm happy to. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. But I'm following my schedule. I make a schedule every single day and I follow it. I make a schedule every day and I follow it. I make a schedule every single day and I follow it. Will you always get everything done? No. Will you have to change and move things around? Yes. Will clients change appointments on you? Yes. Will something else pop up in your life? Yes. Will an emergency happen? Yes. But if you, for the most part, are following your schedule, guys, this is how the pyramids were built in Egypt. This is how people run marathons. This is how people.
By slaves.
Yeah, they still happened one day at a time. Okay, but there was. Do you see what I'm saying? This is how things, and this is what I mean. These are how things get done. You have a schedule. You follow the schedule. You show up. You do what you need to do, because it's really hard. You have to be disciplined if you're going to be in sales. You have to be disciplined, and nobody forces you to do anything. You own your own business. If I want to go fishing today, or if I want to go fishing for business today, I can go fishing if I want to, right? So you have to be disciplined. Keep my personal life out of my business life. What does that mean? You can't. Don't let your emotions run you. Don't let what's going on outside affect, your business. This is how. You guys, I'm a single parent. I've been a single parent for a really long time. Real estate was how I fed my family. Okay, and I couldn't.
So, what's the secret? Because it's a heavy topic.
Sure.
Life is going on.
Sure.
Downs and difficulties, and how you keep your emotions up?
You really, what you try and do. And the best word I can use to describe it is you compartmentalize. And do you understand what I mean by that? You compartmentalize, you recognize, and probably sometimes there's something. I have things that are going on in the back of my head all the time, right? I have a kid. My 19-year-old son right now is commercial fishing in Cook Inlet. What do they call it? Do they call it the deadliest catch? Right? So I have something right here in the back of my mind every single day. And even when I think about it, I get a little mommy teary. Do you know what I'm saying? But I have to be here now, and I have to do this. So I can recognize that it's right here. It's running. It's like a program running in my brain, right?
So it's never overvalued, like the petrol sometimes, never overvalued your personality.
There are probably moments where it does, but probably for the most part, I'm doing my best that I possibly can to keep it over here. And I'm recognizing in order for me to be effective doing this, I have to, and I allow myself, here's something that's beautiful. Allow yourself to feel something for a period of time. Have you ever done, we taught our kids to do this, right? So I'm really mad. I'm like, okay, you can be mad. You have 2 minutes. You can be as mad as you want. I'm really, really mad. I'm like, okay, 2 minutes are up. Be mad about something, feel it all the way, okay, but then be done. Can you do that? I can do that. I don't have to cry for hours every day, but yes, it's still there. Trust me, but I keep it compartmentalized, okay? Okay, and by the way, I can think about it all day tonight. I can think about it tonight, right? There's always in front of you. Plus, it helps me. Probably it has a lot to do with focus. Don't you think?
Oh, yeah.
Focus. So I'm teaching myself, I'm training myself to focus. When I'm at work, I'm focusing on work. Be here now. Okay, so I'm developing my sales skills to the highest level. Oh, by the way, that he says develop. What does that mean? He says develop. I'm developing sales skills. You can learn this. You can learn this. Yeah, absolutely. So working 40 to 50 hours of real hard work and a minimum of 250 days a year. I'm committing myself to actually working a week. Has it? What did it used to be, Terry? Yeah. I'm sure. What did you guys do? Was it 60 to 80? Yeah. Actually, I'm going to get there. You're going to love it. So you prospect daily, lead follow-up daily, go on presentation. Yeah. Yep. So I prospect daily, I lead follow-up, okay? I go on presentations, I negotiate contracts. That's what I do. That's my whole day. And when I'm not doing this, I'm doing something that helps me do this, okay? So if I don't have a lead, then I'm doing something to get a lead. So instead of, I'm doing floor time, I'm setting up an open house, I'm going around to the top producers, I'm asking if there's anything that I can do to help them out with, or if they have any overspill leads that they don't want to get back to. Do you have a bunch of crap internet leads? I mean, I cannot tell you how many top producers have leads coming out their ears, some of which they perceive as to be of no value, okay? Yeah, people do door knock. Yep, people cold call, people door knock, okay? And gosh, when you work for me, when you come here, what am I going to tell you? I'm going to do a lot of things that are going to make you very uncomfortable. I'm going to do things that are going to make you uncomfortable. I love that you love door knocking. Okay, do what your coach tells you with no editing. I typically play the role as your coach right now. And then do the right thing 100% of the time for my customers. I do the right thing 100% of the time for my customers. Do you want to know why you always do the right thing for your customers all the time? Because that's how you build that pipeline. That's how you build that business that you can scale and sell. That's how you get those, they'll start, instead of you having to go out to the business will start coming to you. It's a beautiful, magical day when the phone rings and somebody asks you to come and list their house. It's a beautiful, magical day when people, that's the ultimate way that, and you have to do a lot of really, really, really hard work here in order to reap that benefit here. And I'm probably going to tell you and I'm going to be 100% true, it's going to take you about 5 years of really, really hard work to build your database. And then I see the tide turn. Okay, I think it's a lot of, so I'm saying I devoted probably 5 years of my life to doing open houses all weekends. I devoted a lot of time to farming neighborhoods, to doing all the skills that I'm going to teach you. And then finally, that reap of that benefit came back to me. Okay, it is the top of the hour. I went over a little bit because I started a little bit late, but I need to give you a 10-minute break right now, okay? And we take 10-minute breaks at the top of every hour so you can check your voicemail, answer a text, check your Pinterest, look at your Facebook, do whatever you need to do.
You are highly recommended to come for every day of the bootcamp, right?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
What's the next one? Is there a future schedule in the next?
Yeah, I'm happy to give you a schedule, as a matter of fact. Happy to.
And next is personality.
Yep. Well, I'm going to do a little bit more Mike Ferry, actually. So then if you don't want to stay for the personality, miss. Okay.
So how's the Donald Trump personality? You like his personality?
Yeah, I do. I love directing.
I love it.
I think he's an idiot.
I love directing.
I think he's an idiot.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Okay. I remember I told you what I thought about the whole birther issue.
The whole what issue?
And I know you might think that that's correct. That
The whole what issue?
The bird.
that Obama wasn't born in the United States. I think he looks like a lunatic. Trump.
No, I mean the
Trump.
bird. The bird.
He was calling after Obama had been the president of the United States he had been elected into a second term.
That's what it was hot. It is, but I think he's an idiot. So.
Teresa,
Angie's
but why all the documents are sealed? Why he doesn't know who is this guy? Why they? You're a brilliant mind. How come you didn't get that part? So not all immigrants are equally has the right to reside in this country.
No. I'm not about that. I'm with you on illegal immigration. I just don't like. I'm a family of a direct immigrant, and I don't like people talking down about immigrants.
But he's not talking about down immigrants. He's talking down about illegals who are breaking the law.
No, and I kind of agree with that, but I think there's a really narrow road.
No, it's not.
I feel my contemporaries see it as a very narrow road. The people that I talk with talk about immigrants across the board, not illegal immigration. That's the difference.
But I think Trump is very clear that he's talking about illegal immigrants. I mean, you recall that news a few weeks ago in San Francisco, the young lady was killed by an illegal. Okay. Did it make the national news? Never made it to ABC, NBC, CBS because they doesn't want it to make it. But what I'm saying is it's a clear distinction between illegal and legal immigration.
I agree, and I absolutely agree with that. But sometimes the way news is parsed, or the way things are maybe it's the media that blows it into a.
It just sometimes goes my mind when people say, "Well, Trump, I mean, he's an idiot." No, he's not an idiot. He's
a smart guy, but he makes
not taking all the crap.
Yeah.
What the liberal progressive media is hitting him, and it's not like all the candidates. Oh, sure, yeah. I mean, clawback.
Well, think
this is it. Shush.
Well, I think he's a billionaire, and he's got a whole life without. I think his life looks really good with or without being the president of the United States. Not all of these guys' life looks as good. So probably he's in a unique position where he can say some things, but he oftentimes damages his brand with the way he speaks up, with the way he speaks.
Yesterday I saw some part of it, not the entire debate, I just saw some part of it. And he said one very interesting sentence of his. He said, it's time to get over this political correctness in this country and try to speak the truth.
Well, and I appreciate that.
Good.
I appreciate that.
And I think that's what he's doing
in
many cases.
Okay, hey guys, are you guys ready to get back to this? Okay, so I've made a commitment because of wanting to get you guys the best I possibly can. I do want to say this is one coach. There's a lot of different sales systems. There's a lot of different coaches and whatnot out there. The reason why I like this guy, I tell you right up front, he reminds me of my dad. Okay, he's been around for the longest period of time. He has the background. He's very plain spoken. He really is kind of a no nonsense kind of a person who kind of tells you what you need to do, but he may not be for you. So there's some other folks I might want to talk to you about. He has a son by the name of Tom Ferry, who has started his very own coaching company. So there's that. Brian Buffini is extremely charming and really good. Brian Buffini. And then there's Pat Zabe, and there's probably Dirk Zeller. There's probably 20 or 30 other folks. And I'm going to try and integrate some additional other things in class so that you can kind of see. I think you should. And because you can do things for free, because you can do things for free like this, because you can go on YouTube, and now, Terry, when you were doing Mike Ferry, you had to pay. Nothing was free. You had to go to his classes, okay? He didn't provide this kind of stuff for free. So now I'm able to bring this to everybody because this is all in the world. This is on YouTube. Anybody, you guys can be sitting there. So what I'm telling you that I'm doing when I'm filling my mind all the time with something that can help me in my business. So I have this kind of stuff playing, not just this, but other things as well on real estate, or if somebody tells me something about real estate, or if there's something that I'm interested in finding out more about, maybe it's like staging properties or listing presentations or objections or scripts or any type of stuff like that. I'm on and I'm searching on the internet to see what I can find. I enjoy the internet. And I will tell you that I go beyond whatever's on page 1. I go to page 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15, 20 sometimes. I'm hitting when Google gives me, do you mean this? Do you mean this? Do you mean this? I'm hitting other things and checking that list of things out. I try and find as many free pieces of material that I can find, things that are downloadable, things that I can share, because I just think that kind of stuff are tools in your toolbox, and you can do with them what you will. So yesterday, the introduction to the system that he has is, he says you have to be highly disciplined. Okay, so you're starting your own business, you have to be highly disciplined. Okay, if I were going to go out and I were going to decide to start a coffee shop, okay, what would I have to do? So Terry, you're going to help me. You're going to help me buy a coffee shop. I'm either going to start a coffee shop or go put one in. Tell me the steps.
First of all, I would ask you, are you capable of starting from scratch?
There you go. Okay, so that would be a big deal. All right, I only have a limited resources. What should I do? Okay, I got enough to get this started. I got an SBA loan. I got enough to get this started, but I probably don't have enough to start my own coffee roasting company. Okay? Because it's cash. Yeah. Okay, well, where I'm going is, if I'm going to start my own, but you're asking awesome questions. Where I'm going with it, when you're going to start your own business, what is the time, and you're getting there from here, I know she is what kind of time are you going to have to put into this? Okay, what are you going to have to do? If I were going to go out and start my own coffee business, I would be having to go find the shop, get a lease, get the equipment, hire the people, arrange for the banking, arrange for the finances, get the inventory. Yeah, yeah, am I charming or no? And who am I, and who am I going to hire to work with me? Is this going to be a family business, or right? So, but the idea is, when you go out and you start your own business, you have so many different things that you have to do.
That's what I was saying, because if you don't really work with the
Exactly. I want to be at the university, and I already have the name for my business. Are you ready? Summa cum laude.
Oh, that's good. That's really good.
My first time. Okay.
That's really good.
Yeah. I know. Shouldn't we start a chain of coffee companies? By the way, that's mine. You can't have it. Summa Maga. And then, right? And then your coffees could be like a baccalaureate, an associate's.
I totally love it. That's adorable.
So we should totally do that. Right? I know. Get me started. Okay? University coffee.
Oh my gosh, how great is that?
Right? Don't you want to work with me? See? So couldn't I get her to start that coffee company right now? See? That's charm. I just charmed you right there. Okay. Yeah. Associates, masters, a PhD. Yeah, student discount. Costs more for you. I know it costs more for you than it does for anybody else. Naomi Louvier. Hello, Naomi Louvier. Uh-oh. We're online. We're on no outline.
Oh, no outline. So where does she?
She should just be watching right now. There isn't anything that she needs to be doing.
Okay, so no outline at all.
Yeah, well, I don't have an outline ever.
Oh.
Okay, so I'm not sure.
She says you refer to an outline or something sometimes, and she's thinking she needs some material.
I will get with you at the break.
Okay.
I promise. No worries, lady.
Then I will call her and say there's no outline.
No, she's good. I've talked to her several times, and I've emailed her. Okay, so, but thank you. We're on the same page. I know, right? I see you, lady. Okay. You're welcome. Okay, this is what we went. Oh, this is the outline, or maybe she's wanting this. I can take a photo of it and send it to her. No worries. This is what we went over yesterday. Maybe that's it. You can text me, Michelle, and tell me what you're wanting. Okay, so we can take care of that. But this is just something I wrote yesterday, based on what we were going over. Okay, so highly disciplined. So I have to be highly disciplined if I want to do this business, right? I have to be a master of a morning schedule. Okay. Oh, tell me why that's important, Missy.
Actually, there's two.
Okay.
It governs your entire day.
It governs your day.
It governs your entire week. It governs your entire month. It governs your entire year. And it governs your entire
Okay, and really, I mean, I can do this statistically if you want to. Business people who are morning people get more done than people who are evening people. I mean, unless you are the person who only needs 4 hours of sleep a night. Those are kind of like the geniusy people, but most of us cannot function that way. So if I get less than about 9 hours of sleep a day, I am a non-functioning, ugly, nasty lady. But I had to learn that about myself. I mean, I really had to, I have to be very careful with the amount of caffeine I take in. I have to be very careful making sure that I feed myself during the day appropriately. Yeah. Was it? Yeah. That was taking care of your physical equity. You know, you got to make sure you got to keep, you know, if you're going to be doing a lot of really high end stuff, I've got to feed my brain. I mean, I notice every once in a while, if I'm not careful, you hear me say it too. I say, oh, I just lost that. That has to do with age, but it also has to do if you're not drinking enough water, if you're not taking care of yourself, if you're not doing those things. But you got to be a master of a morning schedule, okay? The time you wake up until noon is probably the most critical amount of time in your business day. It sets up your evening. It sets up your weekend. It sets up your evening. It sets up your weekend. It sets up the next day. It sets up everything. It allows you to take control of your business. So one of the things, if you don't already have it, can I ask you to pull out your day timer? Oh, you got a new one. Did you just go out and pick it out? This is lovely. I really like it. What made you pick this one? What's that? It's Kate Spade. It matches her Kate Spade bag. I'm 100% with you. But this is lovely. Okay? You have to have some kind of time management system, and I am not a fan of just your phone. What do you have? You left your tablet at home. Yours is on your tablet, okay? I like, and oh, your yellow tablet. Oh, your tablet, okay. I get really, really mad when I see people who say this to me, okay? And I'll tell you why. They say, well, my entire life is on my phone. And I'm like, great. Ever lose your phone? Some of you are going to say, oh, it's okay, it's backed up. I'm like, great. Not everything is backed up. You can lose critical. So great, your contacts are backed up. How about all your photos? How about not everything is backed up. Not everything is backed up, peeps. Some things are lost. Some things are lost. I've had my phone stolen and I've lost it.
You text that?
I don't know. And probably different platforms will do different things. I do think that probably it's better what is backed up than before. What used to get backed up is not as much. Now people are asking for it more. But I took my old phone in to get a new phone, and I lost everything on that phone except for my contacts. Everything was gone.
Because
Right? But that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm a believer that you have to have a paper. Okay, so I have to master.
You write your text down?
No, I don't. But I follow text up with email. I'm a follower upper with email. Okay. And if everybody needs to see this and you can't see this, maybe this is what you're wondering. So masters of your morning schedule. Okay, you have to be a master presenter, because I'm still presenting. Even when I meet buyers, I'm still presenting to buyers. Believe it or not, I'm presenting to buyers. Okay, scripts. I have to have a script, some of us are going to follow a written script 100% to the letter. And I don't know about you, Terry. I'm a person who just has a shtick. I call it a shtick. I have certain things I say all the time, and they're unique to me. Okay. And because you do it for long enough and you do it repetitively, it makes the most sense to me. Although there's some critical aspects of certain scripts that will like rock your world, okay? Because there's reasons why people say certain things. You know, there's takeaways and there's things like that make people want to work with you. Like, believe it or not, so my fairy listing presentation, one of 3 things are going to happen today at my list. And we're going to sign the listing. Me? You're not going to list, or I'm not. I might not take your listing.
Either way, so correct.
Right. Yeah. See? So either you're going to list your property today, or not.
Or I'm gonna list your property or not.
Right.
You guys are okay with me?
Yeah, or I'm not going to take your listing. I'm going to choose not to take your listing. The minute you say, I'm going to choose not to take your listing, sellers lean forward. That's called a takeaway. That's a sales technique. Really.
Again, get everybody in agreement,
Mhm.
and do the rest of payment.
Yeah, and every,
So the percentage of the seller said, well, if you're not going to take the listing, then I'm going to find someone else.
almost never,
Really?
almost never.
You're kidding.
No, because there's three things that can happen. You're giving them the option,
You're gonna list or not.
list or not,
Oh, yeah.
Or-
Okay, okay.
or I'm going to choose not to take
Yeah,
it.
yes.
I'm going to choose not to take your business. But it's having I think it has the backbone, the strength of character, the ability to say, somebody, I might not choose to take your listing.
It's letting them know you're not attached to the outcome.
And that,
You're not desperate, right?
correct,
You're not attached
you're
to the
strong.
outcome.
You're strong. That's what,
You're not attached to the outcome.
there you go. Yeah, there you go. So you're going to master scripts, okay? You're going to be an expert at asking questions. An expert at asking, because buyers ask the same questions. Sellers ask the same questions. In order to kind of become a master at this, you actually have to put yourself in situations where you get asked those questions. And then you have to have the ability to overcome when somebody has, well, what about this? What about this? We call those in sales objections. So you have to be able to overcome objections. Okay? Right?
However, as far as the scripts go,
Yes, ma'am.
like I always say, you know,
Right. That is absolutely true. If you're the one asking the questions, you're in charge. And it also shows, again, strength. Most people are looking for somebody. I'm not looking for some wimpy little twerp to list my house. I'm looking for somebody who is strong. You know, I want to see good materials. I want to know that you're going to give me a good product, that you're going to show my house in the best light possible, that you're going to really work for this because I'm going to pay you a lot of money. And oh, by the way, I'm willing to pay you the money that you deserve. But I want certain things out of that. I want the best presentation I can possibly get. I want the house. I want good photos on the house. I want a nice flyer. I want things too. Okay. Average of 70 to 75% of the listings taken sell. So if you have 100 listings, so a big number, that means that 70 to 75% of those listings sell. 7 out of 10 or 7.5 out of 10. Okay, which means what? Which means I'm taking good quality product if I can, but I'm here to tell you something. It doesn't matter if it is a room with a hole in it. That will sell.
Here's the way I look at selling is everything is sellable.
Yes,
It's just not a matter of time.
or price. Price or time. Yeah,
Yeah, price, yeah, sure.
either one.
But everything's sellable.
Yes. And you should never walk into a property and be like, nobody will buy this. Someone will buy it. You have sold some shitty houses, Teresa. Am I lying? I've seen some listings that you've had. I mean, I actually was going through a listing that you had a couple of years ago, and I was like, oh, but you priced it right, and it sold. And it was on the market and this is probably, I'll show you the house I'm talking about. This was probably 5-6 years ago. You had it listed, and they purchased it, and they renovated. Now they have it listed again. And I was like, wow, that house sold. And at that time, it was probably a $300,000-$400,000 listing. Sales manager at Dynamic then.
Before Jack White and this,
Mm-hmm.
I know this to get this.
What's that?
They had I remember staff meetings.
Yeah.
We had a discussion about who is the strongest customer.
Yeah.
And across the board.
It was you. Yeah.
And, Jen Weingarten was talking about meetings and they really can't believe the spot on the.
Oh, no, and I think this is absolutely a true skill, and it takes time. And the reason why you're good at it is you still go into houses. You don't look at them just online. Yeah. That right. Oh, absolutely. Exactly. Just I'm not at the mountaintops. I'm not at the mountaintops, you guys. I'm skipping the waves. I'm not at the mountaintop. I'm skipping the wave. Yeah. Okay. So and that also means that I also use this with listing appointments. Instead of what did they say yesterday? Write down, is it only 20%? 22% of most of us will go on 10 listing appointments and we'll get 2 listings. If you really, really, really are good at this, you will go on 10 listing appointments and take 7 to 8 listings. Okay, so that's how good you are. You want to come in and sit down? Stay for a while? Love to have you. Okay, and then students of understanding personality styles, which is where we're going to go a little bit today, and then fanatical customer service. Fanatical customer service. I want people who work with you to have the best experience that they can have. They're the best, and sometimes it's the best experience I can deliver under the circumstances, because there are things in transactions that are absolutely 100% out of your control. Okay, there are areas of the transaction I am not in command control of. Okay, I am in command control of getting in touch with people and staying in touch with people on time. I'm absolutely in control of making sure my side of the transaction is done and complete in a timely manner professionally. I am in control of those types of things. I'm in control of whether or not I show up on time. I'm in control of how many properties we take a look at, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? There are those things that I control. I'm not in control of the lender. Okay, I'm not in control of the underwriters. I'm not in control of the appraiser. So there's going to be issues that come up. Okay, but I also have the ability to chat with buyers and sellers and let them know. I'm a huge believer. I let people know we're going to have a come to Jesus meeting sometime during our transaction. And they're like, what are you talking about? Like, there's going to be something in our transaction that's going to go wrong. I don't know about you, I've never had a 100% smooth sailing transaction. There's always been something that's come up. Not always something that's been a disaster or something that's derailed the transaction, but something has come up somewhere that's been an issue. I have the skills, you have the skills to overcome those objections, right? And fix those problems, all right? But there's still going to be a moment where a buyer is super frustrated or a seller is super frustrated. And once I started telling people, there's going to be some moment where we're going to have a come to Jesus. And I've had, then it used to be a joke. Then it was awesome. Then people would say, oh my gosh, the appraisal didn't come in? And they'd be like, Teresa, is this our come to Jesus moment? I'm like, yep, this one's it. This is one of them, right? But we made it so I told them ahead of time that there was going to be something in the transaction. How many buyers I met who one moment they were ready to throw in the towel? This is just too hard. This is just too complicated. I can't believe what they're asking me to do. You know, I can't believe that this has come up or whatever. Okay, and they'd be like, "Is this?" And then everyone from that moment on, is this my moment? I'm like, "This is it. You got it. We're on it." Okay, so highly disciplined, master of the morning schedule, master presenters, expert at asking questions, average of our listings taken and our listing appointments, the number of listings we get. We're students of understanding personality types. We're going to deal with this in the last 2 hours, and we provide fanatical customer service. Can we do all these things? Yeah. All of these within our command control. So in the theory being is if you can master this, guess what happens? You naturally become top producing real estate licensees. Look at how that goes. Okay?
This is natural.
These two things, correct. These things all rise that, what do they say? A rising tide floats all boats. Right? This is your rising tide that will float your boat, if that makes sense. Okay, so now I want to go through, and we may write things down, but how about we go over the next section 2? Okay, and I bet he's going to talk about time management. Oh, looky there. He's my guy.
So is this the second?
Mm-hmm. This is the second part.
Okay, this is the second one.
Yep.
Welcome to Mike Ferry TV. It is week 2 in this 22-week series.
And we're going to do this once a day, guys.
Mike Ferry sales system. I've had a lot of people over the years say, what do you mean by the Mike Ferry sales system? Well, let me explain it this way. Selling real estate, selling anything, running any type of a business, being highly productive and profitable in any form that you may choose.
I'm trying.
A manager and agent, running a company like mine, doing a seminar, being a professional athlete, being an actor, an actress, a doctor, an attorney, a pilot, requires structure. And that structure that we talk about is a system that they have to follow. The professional athlete follows a certain system, as they do in professional baseball as we speak, preparing for the baseball season. The doctor follows a system for learning how to evaluate and help a patient solve the problems they have. A pilot learns the system for operating the plane at the highest level of efficiency and safety for you and I. Selling is the same. I will say to you that I don't believe there's another speaker, trainer, coach, or whatever you call these people that run around the country. There's not another person besides my company that offers as precise and specific a system, steps 1, 2, 3, 4, up to step 21, on how to list and sell real estate. Now, the problem that you're going to have with the system is it requires changing your behavior. And that's the problem. Because if you can't change your behavior, you can't adopt the system into what you're trying to
You have a
accomplish.
question?
No, I know what some of you will do because I've been doing this.
So basically, without this system, you cannot be successful.
No, that's not what I'm saying. No, but what he's saying is if anything that's systemized,
Right.
anything that's systemized. So if I want to run a marathon and I go get a training template on runnersworld.com and I follow that training template, the idea is that I will successfully and without injuring myself or killing myself run that marathon. What he's saying is, and I'm going to tell you this: you don't like this guy, no worries, go find something else. But if you create a system for your business, then your opportunity to be successful is 10,000% better. It's why, okay, he's going to ask you to kind of break everything down. Anytime, let me see if I get this right. Anytime you do something more than twice, you have a SOP, standard operating procedure, for that activity. Am I correct, or am I? Yeah, everything's broken down. And the reason being, Jonathan, is I want you to have what's called a scalable business. Meaning that the time, energy, and effort that you put into this right now, you create all of these different tools that make you successful over time so you never have to do it again. So, for example, when you come to class, I help in probably the next couple of weeks, we're going to do something called an open house kit. So I'm going to have you put all this crap together in a bag that you throw in the back of your car. So when you go to do open house, you are golden. You're never going to get caught out. You're never going to not have toilet paper. You're never not going to have a flashlight. But I'm serious. So that when you're in that situation, you've got like a go bag that helps you be successful in what you're doing. Yeah, but it is. But I mean, there are pieces that you can put into place right now that will make it so that you're successful when you're doing it. So everything that you can systematize, I want you to systematize. And if you don't like how he does it, I don't care. Find a system. Yeah. So there's where I'm going. Okay? Okay.
For a long time. This is, I think, my 39th year of doing seminars.
This is in 2013.
It's very obvious. I'll use a little bit of this and a little bit of that. I'll try some of this and try some of that. And I have people actually say to me, you know, Mike, I use some of what you teach and some of what Brian Buffini teaches and some of what Floyd Wickman teaches, some of what Tom Curry teaches. Wait a minute. The Green Bay Packers don't follow the New York Giants system for productivity. American Airlines doesn't follow United Airlines system for productivity. And good agents don't mix up and try to follow 3 or 4 things, because what you're saying to me in essence is you're willing to take the path of least resistance by taking the easiest parts of what I teach and the easy parts of something else. What makes a great agent great is applying themselves to the difficult parts of what they have to learn and doing something about it. You're not willing to apply yourself to the difficult parts. So guess what? We're going to start on week number 2 today, the week of April 8th, with, of course, the basic fundamental, which is, of course, time management. Now, I wrote the following. Since I'm going to cover a topic each week, I'm going to assign you homework each week. Now, I assigned you homework last week. By the way, I'm going to find out today how many of you actually did click the button and do the coach's evaluation. There's 10,000 of you. There should have been at least 5% of you click that button and get a coaching evaluation. Because if you haven't, guess what? You're never going to know who you are or what your potential is and what you can accomplish. Okay? Now there's going to be some bonus tracking forms for you. There's going to be some bonus audio programs on the Mike Ferry TV landing page, which you can download as part of the series. We're going to make this so difficult for you not to win that when you don't win, it's because you made the decision not to change your behavior, not to become more productive. So let's get started. Let's look at some very, very important points in relationship to time management. Here's the first thing I wrote down. Following a schedule is simply developing a habit, like any other habit you have in life. The more often you do it, the easier it becomes. Remember, it takes time to create a great habit. It takes time. So here we are in April of 2013. If I was sitting in front of you, I would say, by a show of hands, how many of you are planning on being in real estate at the end of this year? And every hand would go up. Then I would say, how many of you are planning on being in real estate at the end of 2014? And every hand goes up. So if it took you the next 8 to 12 to 18 months to change some of your time management habits, would it be a good investment of your time? And you and I both know the answer is yes. It'd be a wonderful investment of your time. So the first thing we have to understand that following a schedule is developing a habit, like any other habit. But it takes time to develop a habit. And time is of the essence because as independent contractors, we measure everything by what we accomplish in listings and sales and closed transactions based on the time we invest. So what we'll start then, or our second point of the day, is there are 3 segments to a Mike Ferry trained agent's day. Last week, the 589 top producers wrapped themselves around 3 parts of a day. A, the morning routine. Morning routine, from what happens the time you get up to the time it's 11:30, 12 o'clock. The morning routine, which we'll talk about more in a minute, is critical to your success because it gets everything started. It starts the snowball down the hill, gets the tires rolling on the road. It gets you moving forward, the morning routine. And then B, the early afternoon routine from about 12 o'clock till about 3. And we'll talk about in a minute what we do during these times. And then C, what we call presentation time from say 3 o'clock until 7 o'clock. Because we want you starting at 7:30, 8 o'clock, and in most cases home by 5:30 or 6, and at the latest 7 o'clock each day. So the third thought I want to give you today is the importance of mastering the first portion or the money routine. Now I call it the money routine. You're going to call it the morning routine. Why do I call it the money routine? Because the money you're going to make is going to come as a result of what you do between the time you get up and noon. Why? Because that's when you do the majority of your prospecting. That's when you do your lead follow-up. You'll do some of your pre-qualifying. Those are money activities in every single case. Why do we want you to do those in the morning? Your energy is higher. You're more alert. You're always going to be more enthusiastic. You haven't been told no a lot. You haven't been rejected. You're not beat up. You're not tired. See, between the time you get up and noon is when your energy is at its highest level. Your focus is clear. So watch this. The most important time of your day is between the time you get up and 12 o'clock noon. There's nothing in your personal or business life that cannot wait until noon. Nothing in your personal business life that can't wait till noon. Now, watch this thought. The fourth thing I would ask you to do is to create for yourself what I would call a perfect day or perfect schedule. I know things come up, things get in the way, you're interrupted. Your spouse calls, the kids call from school, the nurse calls, your kids are sick, a transaction's falling apart, a seller calls with some problems or questions, your day starts this way and ends up over there. It's called normal. It's called human. We all experience that. But see, if we don't have a perfect day to start with, how do we anticipate or expect to have a perfect day to finish with? So what I'm going to suggest to you then is you create a perfect day. Now remember, in time management, we have to understand that productivity revolves around prospecting, lead follow-up, pre-qualifying, and presentations. All productivity in real estate revolves around prospecting, finding and talking to people who want to buy or sell, lead follow-up, trying to get the appointments, pre-qualifying to make sure the appointments are valid and good and they have motivation, and then going on the appointment itself. So here's the schedule that I recommend to all those 589 top producers. I'm not telling you to use it. I'm not suggesting it to you. I don't want you to try it. It wouldn't work for you. Your marketplace is different. Your area is different, and you're different. Have we covered all the reasons why you can't do it? Oh, by the way, how many of you want to do 89 plus transactions this year? How many want to make $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 this year? Okay, this schedule is just for them. May not be for you. So arrive at the office at 7 to 7:30 at the latest. 7:30 to 8, check your messages. Check the for sale by owners and expireds, whatever services you're using like RedX, etc. To get those, make sure that you get those all set up in front of you. 8 o'clock to 8:30, call any good leads you have for appointments and get any administrative work done. Mike, are you saying to call people at 8 o'clock in the morning and ask for an appointment? Right. See, the real world is already at work at 8 o'clock. Only realtors are still at home, having coffee, eating donuts, and preparing. You want to catch them before they get to work? You ask permission of all your clients. Can I call you by 8 o'clock? And they're going to say yes, of course. If you have the right property for me, give me a call. 8:30 to 9 is your role play with your role play scripts and partners. 9 to 12 is prospecting. If you're out on the street, call your office. Check your message every hour or so on the hour. 12 to 1, go to lunch, relax. Enjoy that time. Get away. You know, just get yourself back into your pattern. 1:30 to 2, okay? Excuse me, 1 to 1:30, any administrative work that is still necessary. Return any phone calls you have. 1:30 to 2, lead follow-up and pre-qualify any and all appointments you have for later that day and tomorrow. 2 to 2:30, any other administrative work that has to be done. 2:30 to 3, take a break, refresh yourself, you know. Go out and walk around the building a couple times, have a glass of juice, you know, have a hot fudge sundae, do something. And then 3 to 7 is your, what we call presentation time. Schedule your presentations between 3 and 7. And if you don't have any presentations, then we're going to recommend strongly that you do some more prospecting. So that is what I would call a perfect day. See, if you outline and say, okay, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, or Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, or whatever 5 days you're going to work, if you had that schedule, and here's the next point I want to give you. If you had that schedule written and posted with a copy for your spouse, a copy for yourself, a copy for your broker manager, a copy posted on the wall in your office, do you think your chance of following it might increase? The answer is yes, every single time. So let's think about the fact that we, as individuals, have to create a perfect schedule. So the next point that I want you to write down for yourself is this. Your schedule should always be based on the goals that you have, not on anything else. If your goal is to sell 4 homes a year, you don't need a schedule. You need a life. You need income. If your goal is to do 50 deals a year, you need a schedule. So I build my, see, watch, if your goal is 5 transactions a year, why would you prospect 3 hours a day? That would be stupid. Because if you prospect 3 hours a day, you're going to do 50 transactions a year. So the goals and the schedule have to coincide. They have to mesh together. The next point I wrote down for you, that a precise schedule can solve almost every single production problem you could ever have. I tell brokers, every production problem in the world is solved by recruiting. I tell all of our top producers, every level of productivity is enhanced by prospecting. I'm telling all of you watching Mike Ferry TV, a precise schedule solves every problem you could ever have. Then the last point I want to give you today on time management is to treat your business as if it were a real business, because your buyers and sellers think you actually have a real job. See, the biggest challenge in real estate is most people don't see it as a real job. What do? Well, I sell real estate. Instead of, I'm a professional salesperson that lists and sells homes. Do you need to buy or sell a home? And I'm going to ask the person I see that question because my job is to generate leads. In a real job, you treat what you do as a real job. In real estate, we have to move from being a realtor.
See, you want to ask? No, because how many times did we stop it yesterday? When you and I were watching it, we stopped it several times because if you have a point, let's share with everyone.
What's the general public idea of a real estate agent, generally speaking?
Well, I can tell you only from my experience in this market area, we are considered almost without fail. And there's exceptions to every rule, and I will absolutely grant you that. But I have always been experienced as kind of the type of person who's like your doctor, your lawyer, your accountant. That's how real estate agents have been perceived in this market area. Now, I've been in other market areas when I said I'm a real estate agent, and it was like I said that I was a criminal, or I was in the mob, or I was in rehab. It was in California. It was in California. Yeah, I was like but or I had a disease that was catching. But I have always experienced when you say you're a real estate licensee in the state of Alaska, people are like, oh, like that's a great thing. I have never experienced anyone have any negative reaction, but I have been in other market areas where they are perceived in a very negative light.
Now, why is it? Just like a curiosity, personal.
I'm sure. I think it has to. I honest to God believe it has to do with numbers of licensees. So I always give people like a perspective. There's about 2,500 plus or minus licensees in the state of Alaska. Okay, statewide, about 2,500. In Bellevue, Washington, there's more than 5,000 real estate licensees. Well, in that little itty tiny MLS. I mean, Bellevue's a great area, but that's just a little burb of Seattle. So I do think it might have something to do with just the sheer volume of licensees, because that lots and lots and lots of licensees creates a watering down of professionalism, so that's my perception. Now, have you had have you ever had a different reaction when you've said you're in real estate in Alaska? Only once? Yeah. But I mean, would you agree that our perception is, we're perceived as a professional, and we're perceived like a very high level, not a nurse practitioner, but a neurosurgeon. Okay. Well, what would you give me? A doctor. We really are. But yeah, so that. Oh, we really do. I think. I do. But I would tell you, we don't have I'm shocked and amazed all the time. There's no education requirement. You don't even have to be a high school graduate. There's no requirement for you to be a resident of the state. There's no requirement. You can't have any felony convictions of moral turpitude, which is crimes against people that revolve around money. But you can have all kinds of other felony convictions of different kinds. Sure.
I think it's going to change. I think the next 10, 20 years, I think it's going to change.
Well, I can tell you it's been this way for a really long time. I mean, there's only been 20,000 folks licensed in the state of Alaska since statehood. That's a lot, but that's not that many when you think about it. Since statehood, since 59, it's not that many. It's not that many, you guys. Not when I'm telling you there's 5,000 licensed in Bellevue right now. See where I'm at? The scale in other areas, there's just hundreds. Which is, come on, minus 12774. My mom's is 4617. 4035. Yeah. Yeah, you are. She was licensed in 1977.
What was the year?
76. Oh, so she was licensed in 77. Okay. Excellent. Oh, okay.
For a professional salesperson. So I've got a couple of things I want you to write down for a homework assignment for this week, if you would, okay? I want you to create a schedule just for the next week, revolving around prospecting, lead follow-up, pre-qualifying, and listing appointments. Let's see if you can create a schedule, and whatever hours you're going to spend in these 4 activities, it might only be a couple hours a day. The rest of the day is blank. Take a nap, go take a walk, go to the beach, go climb a mountaintop, go meditate, okay? Do something. But all you have to do is a few hours a day prospect, lead follow-up, pre-qualify, go on presentations. Create a schedule just for that. Then the second thing I'm going to want you to do this week, focus on the morning routine. Let's see if just this week you can do the morning routine for 5 days. Just 5 days, the morning routine. But the next part of your homework assignment is the hard part, okay? I'd like you to strongly consider keeping track of your time, say between 8 o'clock and noon for the next week, hour by hour. Meaning you take your pen, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and each hour you just sit down and you say, what did I do for the last hour? And write it out, okay? Write out what you did each hour between 8 and noon for just the next week. Let's see if the productivity is going to change when some of the habits change. I believe it will. Well, next week in week number 3, we're going to start on that wonderful topic called prospecting. And we're going to give you a lot of different venues to use to prospect and create business for yourself. So if you didn't click last week to get that coaching evaluation, what I'd like you to do, call the office and get that coaching evaluation done. We want to help you make 2013 your best year ever. It's not up to us. It's not up to you. It's up to both of us. Let's get it done today. See you next week.
Tell me he's not charming.
He's charming. His son is more charming. And I'm being honest about that.
Mike has I guess you know what I really love about him is his honesty.
Probably, I agree.
His gold-based honesty, no sugar.
Yeah. Well, and most people do. Most people like plain speaking people, honest from the heart and plain speaking people, right? You value honesty, right? Very much. And even people when you're saying not nice things about you're pointing out flaws about that.
I'm still very honest.
Yeah, you're still very honest with folks. Okay, so one of the things I shared with everybody, the way we have boot camp scheduled, is I am jackknifing you in setting up a morning routine. Okay, from the very beginning, I'm starting you off when you're brand new baby licensees in having a morning routine. Did you know that I'm jackknifing you into doing this? So you get out of bed early, you start coming in, you start training, you get yourself set up so that the rest of the day you can go out and be productive. Yeah, absolutely. And then hopefully like now I'm not telling you that you have to do all of his homework. Obviously he did this, he set this whole thing up in 2013. He also has a whole 2014 and a 2015. He does these from his living room. He has a guy who sets him up on YouTube, okay? That's what he did. That's what he's doing now. So again, when you're sitting and you're going, I don't have anything to do, or I'm on floor time and the phone isn't ringing, what might I be doing? You could, and I'm not saying you have to do this one, but something like, look up stuff, get on, go out there and look at marketing material, I mean, whatever. But if I'm going to spend my very, very valuable time doing floor time at Jackrabbit Real Estate and the phone isn't ringing, I can sit there on Facebook, which might be productive. I'll give you that, might be productive, or I can do something to like help me get going, or whatever. I'm just saying, I'm a huge believer. It's one of the things I started doing a few years ago. I'm also very interested in, I would love someday to imagine that we could have training that looked that good. Do you know what I mean? I mean, that's my.
Teresa, you're training. I am just so impressed.
I can see you in that position.
Man, the level of expertise has really, really brought so much to the table. I cannot believe it.
Oh, you're buttering me up. Thanks.
I am so impressed.
You're just saying that because you've been a Mike Ferry devotee for years, and I knew who he was. And when she came to me, and she goes, I do Mike Ferry. I'm like, I love Mike Ferry. I teach Mike Ferry. I don't think you knew what I meant. Yeah. We got to learn how to communicate. Yeah. Were you? Yeah. Yeah. And isn't that interesting?
Yes.
Critical.
And you know what? I can go and prosper.
Yeah, me too. High five, me too. Okay, but how about this morning routine? Let's talk about this. 5 days a week. Anybody in here up at 7:30 in the morning? Are you already up or no?
Well, maybe.
Way before. What time do you wake up?
Oh, usually 5:30.
Oh, and is that for any reason?
No, it's good for me.
Are you wired that way normally?
No, I train myself.
You trained yourself to do that. So it wasn't a natural habit. Yeah, High fives. Me too. I love to sleep. People say, what's your favorite thing to do? I'm like, nap. Read books and nap. Favorite thing to do. Are you really up at 4:30? Tell me what you're doing at 4:30 in the morning. Oh, okay. Oh my God. God bless you for saying that. I know. Okay, we'll leave it there. I know. What time are you in bed? 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. I know. I was stayed up really late. I was up till 8. What time do you wake up in the morning? If you could naturally, if you you guys could all choose and all your bills were paid and everything was, God was in his kingdom and you had no worries in the world, what time would you wake up? 7 or 8. You would naturally do that? That makes you feel productive? Okay, I would get up about 3. Okay. But you've trained yourself to wake up early. Okay. And then what are you doing in the mornings?
Oh, I have pretty much quiet time in the morning.
Okay.
You know, organize myself.
Excellent. Excellent. Okay. So is this doable is what I'm asking. Is this doable? The difference is you're orienting yourself to everybody else's schedule instead of because you're a business owner, you know, coming in at noon.
I get it. It's a matter of personal courage.
Yeah, and you are.
It is
Yeah.
a choice.
So 7:30 to noon in the morning. So now being in the office at before 7:30. Now in Jack White's case, that means you're here before the receptionist is here. You're turning on the lights sometimes. Okay. And why do you think, and actually this is, God bless real estate licensees, this is probably one of the best things you can possibly do for yourself because you're here before you have unfettered access to everything. Also, it's quiet in the office. When you have a lot of people, you have a lot of distractions. You've got a lot of folks who can stop and chat with you. You've got a lot of people who can interrupt you. I don't know if anybody, when you have what's called, if I said the word task switching, does anybody know what I'm talking about? It's the failure in America of believing that such a thing as multitasking is possible. Okay, there's a lot of people who tell me all the time, I'm a great multitasker, tells me one thing and one thing only. No, because it's proven, it's proven that focus on activities is what moves your business. Moving from this to this to this to this means that it takes you like 5 minutes just to even get back to where you started. So all of those, you can avoid the trap of all of those interruptions, okay? Now, I will also tell you that a lot of really top producing licensees, you might consider them to be less accessible, maybe less friendly. You know, they're sometimes gonna, and I'll use a wonderful gentleman we have upstairs by the name of Jamie Harvey. I think Jamie Harvey, first of all, he's a lovely, he and his wife are lovely people. So nice, so wonderful. Yes, you can approach them and talk to them, but he has a stand-up desk. Does everybody know what I mean by a stand-up desk? He doesn't sit during the day. So it's a new physiological thing that's supposed to get you a lot more energy. Mike McLean does the same thing, and I think that has to do with them back. But I mean, he has a stand-up desk, so he's not sitting. Lot more engagement. A lot of times they're behind closed doors. They're very, very, very focused on their business, and they don't talk a lot or interact a lot with other licensees because if I have to say hi to you and hi to you and hi to you, and I have to have a 10-minute conversation with you, a 10-minute conversation with you, and a 10-minute conversation with you about crap, and times 40 people in the office, you've just wasted all kinds of time. Right.
Does he give you a stop sign anymore?
I'm sure he does, yeah. Oh,
Here's a question.
Yes, sir.
To let me kind of picture the entire idea. I'm coming in the morning, let's say 7 o'clock, 7:30.
Sure.
I'm coming into the office. Do I have my own space here?
Yes, you do.
Is it a common area?
They're both. They're both. You have a.
I'm afraid to move around.
In some respects, yes. I can't have you go like move into somebody's office, but yes, you have the freedom to move around. Yes. Yeah. And there's common area. Absolutely. And there's offices that you can go. We have presentation rooms or conference rooms that you can go in and use. I'm a huge believer in you have to love your space. How many times do you hear me say that? You need to set yourself up. You need to love your space. Your space has to function. If you need to go buy something to make that space function, you need to go do it. If you need to go to the office supply place and get some nice stuff and lay it out so it looks wonderful, you need to go do that and do it now. Okay, well then that's an issue. Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. And you know why? You need to change that now. That stops you from coming into the office. That's what I'm telling you. That's huge. Lots. I'll walk you around. There's lots, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna start a money routine. We're prospecting, we're lead follow-up, we're doing lead follow-up, we're making sure buyers are pre-qualified, and also pre-qualifying sellers, that's a thing too. Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna do, and we're gonna show them. We're gonna do presentations. We're getting ourselves ready to go on listing appointments. I'm getting myself ready to go show property. Showing property is a presentation. Showing property is a presentation. Laying out a logical tour is a presentation. Knowing where, are you ready for this? This cracks me up all the time. If I know that I'm gonna show Jonathan 6 houses, okay? And because I go out and preview property, I most likely have seen those houses, or I've been inside them maybe once, okay? Or they've been on tour if they were listed with our company, or if they're new construction, I of course have toured them because of course I've had my highness in every new construction project in this town, right? Okay. Do you want to get me started? I have a rant and I can go on it. My rant is licensees who decide to look at property on the computer on photos. That is my absolute ever-living biggest fat-faced rant, I can tell you. Okay, rant off. You can't tell whether or not a property smells. You can't tell whether or not a property is, there's so many people who don't do professional photos, so you might miss out on a good property. There you go. I'm just telling you, it drives me crazy. But anyway, yes, ma'am. Yeah, we lovingly call this false advertising. Yeah. Exactly. Next to a trailer park, and you walk inside it smells like cigarette smoke and cat pee. Oh, of course. Yeah, of course. Now, there's sometimes photos can make a house look significantly better or worse. Interesting. Okay. So prospecting, lead follow-upping, pre-qualifying presentations. You know, I'm setting myself up. I'm already getting, and he's talking about the same thing I tell you about getting on the hot sheet. You're reviewing the inventory. You know what sold yesterday and went pending. You know which property is closed. You know when there's back on the market. You know when there's a price adjustment on a property. You know when the expireds are on. Okay. Nothing can wait until noon. I like that. Then you go have lunch. Then in the afternoon, you're doing admin follow-up, lead follow-up, more administration. You're taking a break. You're running the nuts and bolts of your files, basically right here, you guys, and setting other things up. And then presentations from 3 to 7:30. That means showing property or going on listing presentations. If you have an opportunity, the better place for you to put your time, energy, and effort is listing presentations. There, I said it first. I'm going to say it a lot. The more you can turn into a listing licensee, the more you can leverage your business. The more I can hire 1,200 of you to go show my listing. I have a better opportunity to sell that product. I'm only working with one buyer who only wants to live in one area of town, who only qualifies for that amount of money. Now I'm looking at 6 properties, and they have to like one to buy one. That's right. But if I have a listing, I have 1,200 of you that I've just hired with all of your buyers to go. He who controls the board controls the game. There you go. So afternoons, okay, and evenings. So I'm going on listing presentations. Okay, I'm showing property in the evenings. Then I have a time when I'm done that I'm going to be with my family. And I highly recommend when you're done, you're done. When you're done, you're done.
That is the hardest thing to do, right there.
Yeah.
That is, for me, that is the hardest thing to do.
And tell me why. Yeah. You need to stop. You need a stop sign.
I was so proud of myself yesterday
When?
when I left the office at 4 o'clock. I put my alarm on.
Okay.
I promised my sweetheart I would be home by 5. I had to go pick up some medication.
Gotcha.
And I didn't want to get stuck on the heavy traffic, and I was home 10 minutes to 5, first time in how many years. I was so proud of myself.
Can I give you high five?
And I was, when I get started, the biggest problem I have is once I get started, be careful before you get started doing one. And you can't, I can't stop it.
Yeah.
That's the hardest thing I do is say, I'm done.
Yep.
I'm quitting.
But you know what? You've done this enough time. You've done this long enough. You are very successful at what you do, and you should feel confident. Okay. Sufficient. Terry Pizza. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. Terry Pizza. Which one? Fanatical customer service. Yeah, but
So it seems like the biggest temptation in this business, obviously, you're gonna make more money, so you're gonna spend more time in this business.
well, there's
right?
probably I think there's two temptations. There's two temptations.
It's getting the job done and getting it
I
done.
understand, but, the money,
But
the end goal, the end game is the
don't
money.
worry about the money. Do a fantastic job.
But he hasn't experienced that yet. No, he hasn't experienced that yet. But no, the money can be very.
I promise I'll do this because I can't. Oh my gosh, I can't.
Hold it in, sister.
This is why I can't.
Hold it in. But literally, no, the money can become very intoxicating. Or there's so much business, the demand can become very intoxicating. But the demand can be crushing. There's a flip side to that. Laziness is rampant. Laziness is rampant within licensees because we own our own business. Do I want to get up at 7:30 in the morning and go into the office, or do I want to, watch 4 hours of or I'll say Fox News instead. Yeah, I'll say Fox News. Do I want to get sucked into Fox News running the same story over and over and over? But I mean, people get sucked into doing something. Or I don't know about you, I'm running out of the house every single day. I'm like, okay, I got laundry going. I've got my dishwasher going. I've got this done. I've taken the trash out to the curb. I've grabbed my lunch that I've just packed for you know what I'm saying? Like, so your evening, sometimes you have to set up. My life works when I'm ready. I'll tell you a true story. My life works when I do a load of laundry every day. I wash my dishes every day. And in the evenings, I pack lunches for tomorrow. Any one of those things I don't do, my entire day falls apart. I mean, that's craziness. Yeah, close. Okay. Yeah. But seriously, if I don't do those things, as I walk out the door, those are my life management skills means my other areas go way, way down. Okay. With your permission, can I show you one more thing when it comes to this? Not time management, but I want to talk to you about something that I think would be really awesome for you. It's called A Day in the Life of a Superstar. Terry, this is what this is where he got me back in the day. Day in the Life of a Superstar. No, I don't know who the gal's name is.
Any superstars, any general celebrity?
No. It's this guy.
Or superstar in the real estate?
Yeah. Yeah, no, and let me find her, because it's not this gal, although this is Karen Bernardi. Is this your favorite lady? She's a multimillionaire. Let me see if I can find the lady. She's an older gal, and she's from Detroit. Oh, here she is. Lucy Ham. Do you guys have 22 minutes that you're willing?
Is she still around?
Yeah. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Well, welcome back to our Day in the Life of a Superstar. And it was said to our great team here today that today we do virtually have what I would consider to be one of the premier real estate agents of all time. And I say that with total respect and admiration. for our guest today, Miss Lucy Ham from Flushing/Flint, Michigan. How long have you been in real estate?
Since 1974,
74.
39 years.
39 years. So you and I are almost the same in terms of the work I do and the work you've done.
Yeah.
Prior to real estate?
I work for assistant to the controller of corporations.
Okay,
Just kind of high clerical work.
good. And now you've
numbers.
had 39 incredible years in the real estate business.
Yeah, my son turns 40 next year, and I turn 40 in the business
Okay.
next year.
So you had your son and you started a new career, and it's
I
been
did.
nothing but great history since.
Yeah.
You've been involved in a state and in an area that has had some of the highest of highs and some of the lowest of lows over the
Yeah.
last 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
How have you personally, mentally dealt with, because a lot of our viewers today, Lucy, I don't know if I told you this, but in the last 15 months, we've had 90,000 people watch these day in the life videos.
Wow.
So you're going to become a bigger star than you already are in the future, because I know they're going to enjoy watching what you have to say. But you've been through some of the best and the worst, and some of these people really don't know how bad Ohio, some parts of Illinois, Michigan, how bad the economy has gotten.
Mhm.
Can you take a minute and just tell us from the height of the lows what's happened over the last 4 or 5 years?
Yeah, well, I was selling 250 to 300 for several years. But
Now, let
then-
me just qualify. Her very nonchalant. I was selling 250 to 300, 250 to 300 homes a year personally for years. And
Yes.
then,
And then I was just looking at my numbers this morning, and like 2007, I only closed like 123. So that was
watch,
the low.
don't we feel bad? Okay, the poor gal did a lousy 123, which by your standards was terrible.
I felt terrible. It
Yeah.
was awful. So I've been climbing up out of that hole, by 20, 30 transactions a year. And just having, what it does, it humbles you, it makes you look at, what am I doing that's good? What am I not doing? What do I need to do next? So, we're just continually doing a lot of changing.
Well, what were you doing this, we're gonna finish 2013 in the next few days.
Yes,
Where are you gonna be in 2000, at the end of 2013?
I met my goal for
Which is
transactions, 275 for the first time ever in my whole life.
275
I
closed.
met my goal for the year.
Yeah.
Yes,
Now,
this week.
I want to qualify this. Very few of the superstars of our industry ever attain the goals they set, because they set goals that are way up here. So I want all of you that you're listening to understand that if whether your goal be 30 or 50 or 10 or 300, if you start to grow, you're not always going to achieve the goal, but as long as you're moving towards it,
Yeah.
and as long as you're growing, then you're okay. So 275 closed transactions, 2013.
Yes,
So what are you going to do next year to follow that act?
330, because you say 20% more.
330. Gosh, that is just, now, 40 years in the business.
Yes,
You and I think, are pretty close to the same age. You're probably a little bit younger.
I'm in my 60s.
You're in your 60s. Well, when I turned 60, I said I was 50-10. All right.
I like that
Now,
better.
I'm very soon going to be 60-10. Okay.
Uh-huh.
What's the motivation? What keeps you going after all these years? Because you seem so at peace.
Yeah, I am. Well,
Is it the drugs?
it's, no,
Okay,
I don't
that's
have
good.
any drugs. That's a good thing. You know what? I have since Mike Ferry, since you've been coaching me, there's so many people around me that make $1 billion a year.
Yes.
And I have been like,
Yes.
I'm going to do that, but it kills me. So this year, it took stronger commitments. So this week also,
Mhm.
I went over 1 million in income for the first time ever.
Good for you. Isn't that
Yes.
exciting?
Yeah, so I did it.
So your average sales price must be what, like $4.50?
116.
116. Now, guys and gals, listen to that. 116,000 average sales price.
Mhm.
What's your average commission check? $4,000.
4,000.
You own the company.
Yep. I did.
It's basically Lucy Ham Inc.
It is.
So it's not like you have 150 agents and all that nonsense. It's
No.
just you.
I have a team.
So 116,000.
116,000 average.
Wow. So you just sell a lot of homes and you can't make the kind of money you want.
Yeah. And I'm trying to raise that price. I've got to raise that price.
But in Flushing, Michigan,
Mhm.
you make $800,000-900,000. That is a fortune compared to most parts of the world, isn't it?
I feel like it is.
It is, Lucy.
I've only told a couple people because I don't want them all to know.
And you broke $1 million this year, 2013.
This week.
It's just great. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Your husband is very smart with your money.
Yes.
So you've been doing a lot of business, making a lot of money for a long time.
Yeah.
And I know because of our personal conversations, you guys are in a great financial position, which is nice. What keeps you motivated today?
You know, I really, you know, being coached and being in real estate has helped me to have,
Excuse me.
you know, we kind of do what we want to do for the most part. And
Yes.
thinking big is important to me, that I'm not just like in a rut.
Okay.
That it doesn't agree with me to be in a rut. I feel like I need to be growing inside, outside, financially.
Sure.
And so, you know, I remember when I joined coaching, probably 12 years ago, I think, I just wanted to be done with real estate because I was working 24/7. But after a year of coaching, I was working 4.5 days a week, made $80,000 more that year, sold 20 more houses. And so I knew that I could go on and I could improve my life because I was working too much. And then, you know, also that 2007 being so low, I just didn't like what that was. I knew I could do better because there are people around me, you know, my environment. You talked to me about that.
Sure.
When you coach me, you know, your environment of, you know, who your friends are, what you do on a daily basis, all of that. Sure. I don't know. I just know I can do better, and I've been doing better.
Isn't that great?
It is.
It is
great.
I have to tell you, Lucy, and I know Sabrina and I talk about this a lot with you, how inspiring it is for us to be able to be around and hang out and spend time with you and your husband. Because for all of our viewers, it is inspiring because, you know, so many people think that, you know, once you get over a certain age, everything has to slow down, productivity has to go down, income has to go down. The truth is, you have knowledge, experience that you didn't have before, maturity.
Yeah. You know, when I train a new buyer agent in my office, sometimes one quits, I've trained a new one, I realize that, you know, the skill level of what they do and the skill level of what I do is what causes them to do not many and me to do a lot.
Yes.
So, because I'm using the same script as them.
Yes.
However, you know, I can make 20 calls a day. Every time I make 20 calls, I get a listing. They have to make 50 to 150 calls to get an appointment.
That's right.
So, you know, it's the skill level. I'm learning that mentally more and more. So, and taking advantage of that. So, you know, that's why I wake up and show up at the office to prospect every day.
Sure.
Because if I don't, I'm losing a couple thousand an hour. And
That's
if
right.
I show up, I'm making a couple thousand an hour. So
Isn't that great?
it is great.
I mean, it's
very great.
It's exciting. I assume you're the #1 agent in your community.
You know, I don't know for sure. There's some REO people that sell more volume.
Yes. Yeah.
So there's a couple REO people that I think are outdoing my numbers.
Yes.
But, you know, we have great service. They have terrible service. And the public they figure that out. You know, bad news travels fast.
Yes.
And their bad news is traveling fast. So we just keep doing better on service and try to do more in less time.
Sure.
And give report cards to all of our customers as they close. And it's like a 1 through 5, 5 being the best. And we get 99% 5s.
Isn't that great?
It is.
Yeah, it really is. It's outstanding.
We hate those report cards that are awful, and we mostly throw them away.
There you go. Sounds like me all my life when I was in school. So your database is huge.
Yeah, 6,200.
Now think about that, guys and gals. 6,200 in your database, which is 40 years of wonderful work, great community service, and great service to the public.
Yeah.
And you virtually work that database nonstop full time.
Yes, and really, I was mentally thinking I was calling them and working them, but it was about a year and a half ago, I realized I really wasn't calling them every quarter. So I hired somebody from 10 to 2 to call them. So we all call them at our office, but that person 10 to 2 really makes it happen. Every single quarter, they all get called or an attempt to call.
Yes.
A lot of them don't answer, you know. So yeah, they get called every quarter, they get mailed every quarter, and that has been a huge help.
Sure, that bumps the production right up.
It does.
Would it be fair to say that 80% of your total business annually comes out of your database?
No, 50% comes, 52% comes from past clients, sphere, and referrals from them. So yeah, 55% comes from that.
I wanted to say that the way I said it, because a lot of people will say to themselves, well, gosh, with 6,000 people, you don't have to talk to anybody but your database. But you guys do prospect out of your database, don't you?
We do.
Outside of.
We do, and this year, I was just looking at about 20% of our production was reputation and signs.
Okay,
The
good.
people just call and say, I wanna buy, I wanna
Yes.
sell.
Mhm.
So that number has come up.
Well, if we take a look, then let me go back to this. If we say, okay, 275 transactions, what percentage is listings sold versus buyer controlled sales?
About 25% is buyer sales
Okay,
and 75% is listings sold.
that's huge. But I know because of your economy, you have to carry a much bigger inventory than the average agent. So how many listings do you have in inventory on average this year?
60 to 70 always this
Okay.
year.
Now, I know a couple of years ago, you had it at 100, 120.
Yes, terrible.
I hope you could see the look on her face when she said that.
I hate to call sellers, it's just my least fun thing.
I know, that is the same for most people.
Even though they give me business.
Yeah,
But,
so you carry 60 to 70.
Mhm.
How many listings are you taking per month on average, personally?
6 a week.
You take 6 a week.
6 a week, yeah, 6 a week. My goal is 10 a week. I've changed it to 10 a week in the last 6 months, and I have Mike Dart as my accountability partner on Friday to try to get to 10, but it's average 6 a week.
We're sitting in Naples, Florida, doing this interview today, and right around us is some of her good friends and some great agents. And she refers to Mike Darda, who's up the street from us today, virtually 20 minutes from here. And a lot of these great agents, and I want you to listen carefully, have set a goal to do 6, 7, 10 listings per week. Now, we have agents watching today that take 6 a year. So, I know for you and I, we go, how can that possibly be? But that's not uncommon. How does an agent take 6 to 7 listings per week? What do you do to cause that to happen?
Well, I mean, I prospect 8 to 10 every day. I have this other person that comes in 10 to 2 that calls the
Your
database. Everybody at our office, our database, we just reprint it every 3 months.
Okay,
And so everybody in our office is supposed to make calls a half hour or more per day.
okay,
They don't always, but there's always a package of places you can just make some calls to past clients and steer. We're trying to up our price range, so we pull
Sure.
up everything in the county in our MLS that's sold over 250
okay,
last month,
okay.
and we call 20 people around every listing.
So you're doing it just listed, just sold, or on somebody else's listings?
Right, just sold.
Because they're not doing it.
Right, no, they don't do them. No, so we call them and say, hey, a house just sold down the street from you, and everybody, it's a great staff. It's
Well, how big is the team?
I have a listing manager, closing manager, and a front desk
Okay,
that is on payroll.
okay.
And so.
So 3 people.
3 people.
Now, your son was working with you as a showing agent for a long time,
Listing, he's always been a listing agent. He and I
Thank you.
listing
Okay.
agents.
but he's moved.
Nope, he's still a listing agent.
Well, I thought he had moved several miles north of you guys in Gales.
Nope, we have an Ann Arbor office now also.
That's what I'm
So he's
referring to.
doing hours
Okay.
and Ann Arbor, because he lives in Ann Arbor, an hour away.
And that's a higher price range,
It is,
dramatically.
yes.
What's his average sales price?
300,
That's nice.
that's better.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So if you're taking 6 to 7 listings per week and you're prospecting 2 hours a day, how many appointments are you going on per week?
8 to 10,
Okay,
8 to 10, sometimes 8 to 12, I should say, sometimes 12 a week.
so you're listing about 75% of the people you talk to.
Yeah, my averages show like 90 to 98%. Some weeks I just don't have very many appointments, and sometimes they all pile up,
Are you not able to control that a little bit better so you don't have that high and low in the appointment side?
Well, I need to ask you how to do that.
Okay.
Work
Well,
harder.
No, it's not work hard, because you're a wonderful worker. It's obviously one of the things we always have to look at with all these top producers is making minor adjustments in their efficiencies.
Yeah.
Because see, for Lucy to make a minor adjustment in efficiency could add 2 or 3 listings per week to her production.
Right.
So when we're done with this great interview today, we'll talk about that.
Good.
Because we have some time over the next couple of days to look at that. So Lucy, from 10 o'clock on, because you prospect from 8 to 10.
Mhm.
What do you do from 10 o'clock on?
10 o'clock, I listen to voicemail. do some of the paperwork, review some of the paperwork, things I need to do. 11 o'clock, I meet with the buyer agents, see what they need. 11:30, I meet with the closing manager, see if he needs something. 11:45, I meet with the listing manager, see if she needs something. 12 to 1, I have kind of free time or work some more.
Sure.
And then after 1 o'clock is appointments.
Period.
Period.
And what if you don't have any appointments?
Well, I almost always have an appointment. If I don't, I just make some more lead follow-up. I just do some more lead follow-up. I've always got a bigger stack than I can get to.
Good.
Yeah.
You must have a lot of leads at all times. So are they coming from your prospecting, from ads, signs, marketing? Where do most of your leads come from?
You know, the lead follow-up I do is because I was on that listing appointment and I couldn't get it to sign today. So I don't really do lead follow-up of somebody I haven't had an appointment with yet.
Okay.
It's already had an appointment with them. I just need to get them to sign.
Sure.
Need to get them to that point.
Good. What percentage of the time do you get the contract signed on the first appointment versus a call back?
Probably 90%.
Okay. Good for you.
Well, maybe 80 to 90, I guess.
So you're going on appointments every afternoon. Are
Yes.
you going on appointments at 7, 8, 9 o'clock at night?
You know, I've always kind of had a family policy that I can work 2 nights a week.
Okay.
So maybe 1 night a week now, and I will be every hour on the hour I have another appointment, 6 and 7 and 8 and 9, till everybody goes to bed.
Yeah.
But, you know, some weeks I don't have any evening appointments. They're all done by 5 or 6.
So you demand or command or control that your appointments will be between 1 o'clock and 5 o'clock.
Yes. Yeah.
So why do most agents have such a hard time with that? Because most of them say, well, you can't list property during the day, it has to be done at night.
Yeah, I think they just don't ask, you know, what time could you be home? What's the earliest we could do? Could we move it up a little bit? You know, they don't ask because, well, I used to didn't ask because I was afraid they'd say,
No.
get it. Yeah. Rejection.
But you know, I tell agents every day, and you can appreciate this, that you don't call your doctor, and you don't say to your doctor, I have to come in at 8 o'clock tonight because I have to work.
No.
You come in at the doctor's schedule.
Exactly.
You don't call the airline and say, I want to go to Hawaii at 3 o'clock, get a plane ready. Okay, you go on their schedule. So you operate at a high level in terms of business sense and controlling your schedule.
Absolutely. And, you know, part of that is because I have other things I like to do. You know, I mean, I have a husband, obviously, that I like to spend time with. I like to be home at dinner because he cooks most of the time now,
which
so
is
that's
great.
better. And, you know, I'm involved in the church and the community and Flint Community Foundation and Revive Flint. And there's just a lot of things I like to do.
Good for you.
Yeah.
So those things do take part of your time.
Yeah. They do.
And those would be more weekends and evenings than probably during the course of the day.
I don't do any of that during the day.
So your day is prospect,
Uh-huh.
meet with staff,
Mhm.
15-minute intervals if you caught that. Then virtually lead follow-up and go on appointments, period.
Yes, that's correct.
How much time do you spend handling transactions, problems on deals, etc.? Because how many pendings do you have right now?
47.
47. Isn't that great? 47 pendings. Okay, most people don't have 47 deals in a career. Okay, you have 47 at a time. I mean, that's like juggling 15 softballs with only 5 fingers. How do you handle that?
Well, my closing manager handles that. So at 11:30, I ask him, do you need me? Or, you know, so, you know, he usually has, I need a question on this file. I have a question on this file. What do I do? You know, may I reduce the transaction fee on this one to repair something, whatever. So he handles it.
Okay.
I don't, because the thing is, if I get involved, if I don't let him handle it, then I am 100% in the transaction.
Yes.
And once I make one call to that customer, they just call me back and they never let me go. So
Yes.
I have to just like stay away and just tell them Lucy told me that this would work.
So your customers are clearly understand that your job is to list and sell their home. It's not to handle the paperwork and the closing afterwards.
Right, I tell them, if you hear from anybody at my office, you've heard from me. It's the
Okay.
same as me, because you want me to go sell, so I can't always be selling if I'm at the office. So you want me to be out of the office.
Okay. So your job is, and you tell us the seller, that if somebody is calling from your office, they represent you 100%.
Yes,
And whether they speak or you speak, it's the same language.
same thing,
So therefore, you can spend all your time in lead generation and taking listings.
absolutely. And you know, the thing is, sometimes these, how you tell us to use the scripts verbatim, there's points in our life that the light bulb comes on in different parts of that. And, if they're using the same script that I use, it doesn't really matter if I call them or they call them.
That's right.
So they're hearing the same thing. And also, I don't wonder, I wonder what they said. So you'll have a seller that will call and say, I haven't heard from anybody in 8 weeks and my house has been listed. And so, we'll get the seller feedback sheet out and say, well, Sean called you this day. I called you this day. So they're like, oh yeah, I guess you did, because they get a call every week.
Because they're getting the same message.
Yeah. So if somebody says that, I know that they're lying.
Okay.
And I don't even worry about it.
Sure.
And my staff too, they'll say, well, the customer will say, well, Lucy said, and my staff will know she didn't say that.
Okay.
She never says that.
Because you follow the same script?
We do. We all have the same script.
Gosh, it sure makes it a lot easier, doesn't it?
Yeah, thank you for the scripts.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah,
Thanks
they
for
work.
using them.
They really work.
So how long do you want to keep doing this? I know you have plans for your son, which is great, to take over at some point. You want to do this another, 3 years, 5 years? How long do you want to go?
Well, I always have a 5-year plan. So right now I still have a 5-year plan.
Okay.
So if I get to 5 years from now and I want to go 5 more years, I guess I will. So I just kind of look 5 years and don't worry about the rest.
The nice part about our business is you don't have to retire.
No,
It's
not
not at
really.
62, you have to go on a pension. We can do this forever if we want, can't we?
We can.
Well, I know, Lucy, because of our time together, which has been a long time, that a lot of people have been very inspired by you. And it's really great. Well, it's wonderful because, we don't get to meet a lot of people that are sophisticated, classy, professional, and great at what they do. So on behalf of a lot of great superstars, thank you for today.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Glad you were here.
Thank you.
Okay, so what did you take away from this lovely lady?
Oh, so many things.
Okay, tell me.
Wow, never ending story. It goes on for a lifetime. And it doesn't really seems like feel like it's a job, it's like a passion to her, or became a passion on the way. Again, scheduling, timing, early morning things, basically not to be lazy, so many things.
Well, one of the reasons I like to show her is I think she's such a understated. Does she look like she'd be the ball-busting, top-producing killer agent out there? No, she seems like she's just like, she looks like she's an ordinary, average real estate agent, which always proves my point that sometimes the most beautiful people and the most talented people don't sell the most real estate. But I always tell people, this sells real estate right here. This is it. This does it. Yeah, right there. That right there. But you know what I'm saying? I think if you're a supermodel, you'll do well in LA, Miami, or New York. But for the rest of America, and it also proves to you that longevity. So she's not a particularly aggressive type person. She seems like she's very soft-spoken, but she's very effective. The thing I wanted to tell you is her average sales price is $116,000. $116,000. Do you feel me?
Our average commission's worth
$4,000. So she makes her money on volume. And she made $1 million last year. But literally, you guys, when there's a belief system that if you know something is achievable, you can raise your eyes to that.
And you know what is another good point? Because she lives in an area which was very prosperous.
Oh my gosh.
And then very depressed.
Her community was decimated.
Right.
Decimated.
And that's actually, it's a very positive thing to
Exactly.
keep going.
Exactly. Exactly. And she made $1 million. And in her career, even when she had more higher dollar volume, she didn't ever meet her $1 million commission interest. Now, I'm not showing her off because she's been with Mike, and this is not an infomercial. This is not an infomercial for this guy. Okay. I love this guy. I always talk about him, but this is whatever you choose, whatever way you choose to do it, you have to become, my goal is to tell you, you have to become systemized. You have to have a schedule. You have to follow your schedule. You have to set yourself, this is a prospecting business. The other thing I thought it was fascinating is the theory being she should have a $6 million business. If she has 6,000 people in her database, her business actually should be that much bigger. But I think that has to do everything with her economy that she's in.
I was wondering,
Yeah.
Because she has 6,000 people.
That gets touched once a quarter.
And I have, when people move out of the state,
Yeah.
I tend to, I haven't stayed in touch with them.
That's a problem.
I realize that.
Yeah, that's a problem. Because you can receive commission on any transaction that happens anywhere in the world where there's a real estate broker. Yeah, that's a problem. So maybe that's.
Some of them I have, but a lot of them I have not.
There was a real estate agent, I'm sorry, and I cannot remember his name. He was an older guy. He worked for Prue for years and years and years. I'll have to go back and try and find his name. You would know him, like him, and respect him. He made his entire living out of state sellers. All he did was prospect anybody who lived out of state. And he said he didn't like to go on listing presentations.
What do you mean to do out of state?
So let's take the tax rolls, for example. He would just literally pull up muni.org. He would literally look up muni.org, or he would print a Motznick. And his entire database was out-of-state sellers. He didn't like to go on listing presentations. He was an older gentleman who wasn't particularly the most well-put-together man, but he had a great listing presentation, and he did everything. And this is like by email and mail. And he had a lot of listings. But he's like, I found just kind of when I tell you, if you find a shtick that really, really, really works for you, he found, this was his niche, out-of-state sellers. And I always thought to myself, that was fascinating. And one of the things he used to do was he would go in front of the house, he would take a picture of the house. Now, this is back, you guys, this wasn't digital cameras, right? He would go take pictures of houses, and he would drive around. He would go to Costco. He would have a print made of that thing, and he would make it into a postcard, and he would say just a quick, like, I'm a real estate licensee in Anchorage, Alaska. I work for Prudential Jack White Vista, and like a value on your property, give me a call. He'd literally mail a picture, just a picture of that home to the owner, and he got more. And he's like, the more complicated I made it, the less business I got. He goes, I'm talking a glossy photo from Costco. He found that was his, like, it was a magic bullet. And all of a sudden he had people call him. Then he did the CMA. Then he did the printed materials. Then he sent the listings. And then that's where he started getting the listings. And I mean, he just had, and he was every day. And then he started building a database. Well, these guys don't want to sell this year. They want to sell next year. Yeah, look at that. Brilliant. One little thing you could do. Out of state sellers. How many military people are out of state? See where I'm at? So thank you for letting me show you that. There is an entire series called Day in the Life of a Superstar. These are all real estate licensees that at the top of the coaching guys. And he interviews them every single time they come out. And he's in Naples, Florida now. He interviews them, and he's in Naples. He's in Naples, I think. I don't know. I mean, yeah, he's in Naples. I mean, or a lot of these that I've listened to are in Naples. But one of the things that really, like, consistency, scheduling, consistency, showing up. They say most of life is showing up, right? Isn't most of life just showing up, right? Swinging the bat. So you do cheerleading, right? Okay. Do you guys practice at all? Or do you just like show up at a game, or do you just know how to do those flips? You practice? Like a little bit or a lot? Okay, but right now you're out of season, but in theory, you just all don't show up and do back handsprings and do, flips and twirls, or even have synchronized movements and speak or cheer at the same cadence, right? You have to actually get into what? Sync, right? You have to like practice, work together, learn the routine. Oh, muscle memory. Yeah, muscle memory, right? Okay, so thanks for letting me go off on a little bunny foo-foo trail, but one of the things I always like, I just like this gal. I like her because she's older. She's in a really crappy area in the United States. Did you really? Yeah. I just thought she was really fascinating. And she shows that you don't have to be some dolled up superstar, bodybuilder. Lucy Ham, and other reason I love her is her average sales price is $116,000. That like makes me lay on the floor, and cry. And she really, the other thing you don't know is she does her whole business with about 6 people.
See, that's shocking. I mean, I like that. Yeah.
Told ya.
I like that.
Told ya.
I like
Too many pigs in the pie. Okay, you guys, can you take a break?
What does that mean? I mean, Jack is downsizing?
No. What I'm saying is you don't have to have a team of 40 people working for you to do that volume. That it exists.
But that shocks me. 160,000 average price, that's a shock.
Doesn't that make you just
Wow.
stunning? Stunning. And it also shows you that if you get really good at this, if you get really good at the mechanics of this.
So basically, this is what you're saying. Everybody, you know, let's see, out of the street. I'm gonna bring the homeless guy. It is teachable pretty much to everybody. I mean, if you're disciplined enough, this business.
I don't want to say homeless guy. I need a little bit more than homeless,
Right,
you know. But in theory, she's going to write you down something amazing. Okay. What do you get?
Ask me. Just the mic Teresa. If you do.
No, and that. Yeah.
If you do. If you do. That was my favorite of the whole thing.
No, the bottom line is it's work. It's work. And oh, by the way, if you wanted to, and let me put this into perspective. Let's say you only wanted to do 50 deals this year, 60 deals. That's still $250,000. I mean, scale it. I don't want, and maybe you're, and but if you know, if your mind knows it's possible. For who did you have 450,000? What? Yeah. Tell me who's had the was there a institutional owner or what'd you have? You were an REO? You were an REO. Yeah. Well, and I can tell you there are some REO people who they have no life. And you really and you cannot give somebody good customer service, in my opinion. Well, maybe that's a lie. Maybe I'm lying. Yeah. Yeah. I will tell you, Barb Huntley does REO, and she wins our customer service award every year. But most REO agents, Barb is an absolute exception, not the rule. Most REO agents are burned out, ugly, mean people. Was it as awful as I'm talking about?
Well, I had an interior office at the end.
Yeah.
And I looked at the clock.
Yeah.
And it was 6 o'clock.
Every time you raised your eyes.
It was 6 o'clock, and I would.
How would you even process that many files?
I could leave my office, go to the see if there were cars on the street. There were cars on the street. I thought it was 8 a.m.
Oh, are you serious?
Because I it was horrid. I will never do that to myself. Well, my husband died in the hospital. Oh my God. Oh, I think about that now.
Does anybody want a kale chip? They're my favorite.
Oh, I love those from Costco. I'm gonna run up. What are you gonna?
One more hour, right?
One more hour?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
What are you gonna do the person?
Now.
What is this?
Kale chips. They're my favorite.
You know what I'm supposed to be doing, don't you?
No.
You know what? It's funny because they pulled up some of my archive boxes in 2002,
Mm-hmm.
and I started throwing them in the trash can. You know what I'm going to do? I'm archiving. I'm pulled up and make sure everybody's neat. I'm doing a follow-up on them.
So glad you came today. So glad you came.
This is amazing. I do work on lunch. Teresa.
Yeah, love.
And again, I've lived on this.
Mm-hmm.
I lived on this.
Mm-hmm.
I live on this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have this. I was going through my books. I still have my waterfall books.
Yeah.
I'm
Mm-hmm. Could ya? Okay.
But see, she gives her files to a file coordinator.
Right.
And that's what I want to do, just use my files.
Mm-hmm.
But you gotta let it turn.
And you notice she's got overlap. She's got overlap, so if that one falls down, she's got other people there.
I missed it.
Yeah, well, that's, she said how many people are on it.
She has 3.
So there's overlap. So if one of them falls down, there's not just one, was my point.
Well, so all 3 of them are cross-trained.
I'm sure. I mean, she couldn't run her office without those people being cross-trained. And then probably the buyer's rep have to stand up and do whatever.
Yeah, I think that they're pretty much standalone, which wouldn't be part of a team.
Well, she said there's only 3 people that she has on payroll.
Right.
Is what she said.
Right. Right.
And she said 75% of her listings is listings, only 25% are buyer controlled sales. That's it. That's it.
I'm thinking what I want to do is, I want to update on this presentation.
Okay.
I want to dust off it.
Well, okay. That's always a good thing.
I'm still using it full, but it's not good yet.
Okay. Well, now you have the motivation to want to do
Well,
it.
I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a hold of Angela. She's really good at that stuff.
Well, we did one. Jack White did one, a new one that was really, really nice. That's really pretty.
Okay.
There's one that's updated. And you can at least look at it and see if we couldn't bump it up. Yeah.
I got to go.
What's that? Yeah, go ahead. Come.
This is really good.
Teresa, you know what? It never occurred to me to.
I didn't know you.
Well, there you go.
It was such a valuable lesson.
Which was?
We have a new way to communicate.
We do. Well, you.
Miscommunicate too many times.
Mhm.
I just found that so fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
2 very, very important issues.
Well, 2 smart ladies.
I know, and I thought it was so clinical. It was such a, when the time is right, the time is right.
There you
I
go.
gotta revisit lunch.
Oh, well.
We weren't really here when it happened.
Okay. I'm chewing. Okay.
This was before the picnic, right?
Yeah, tonight. Picnic tonight. Picnic tonight. Okay. And then he has Mike Ferry 2015. He does. Huh? I love Day in the Life of a Superstar. So he has 2015. 2015. I haven't even looked at this stuff. Mike Ferry TV, come on. Superstar Retreat. Are you getting a lot out of today? Are you getting a lot out of today?
Yeah, some, sure.
Okay.
So what was the last 3 days? Monday, Tuesday?
So I do I always start with what's called a needs analysis. So I start with where are you at in your business? Because not everybody's at the same place, and some people I need to make sure that you have all your hard goods that we're supposed to provide you, like your open house signs, your name tags, your name writers, whether or not, how much education you've completed or not completed, if you have any ongoing transactions going on right now, et cetera, et cetera. Then I go right into learning the statistics. So for example, I'll show you real quick. So the idea is, Jonathan, excuse me, it wouldn't matter whether or not, if you plugged and played me, if you drop shipped me, name a city in America, anywhere.
Anywhere? Let's say Las Vegas.
Las Vegas. If you drop ship me in Las Vegas, Nevada, I don't know anything about, I know about real estate, but I don't know anything about that market area. If I were to know the stats in that market area, then I would be an expert in that area. So we have stats for our market area. So sorry to be coughing.
Tell me something. A couple of weeks ago when I was because you said Zillow is a bad website. It's not really good one, right? Because I look at that website. Well, why is Zillow one more time?
They data scrape, and they do. They're basically just trying to sell leads to real estate agents. Oh, they're not accurate. They're not good. It's not good info. But it's prettier than this. This is the public side of MLS right here. So it just is nicer and people like it. So here are the Anchorage statistics. So we go over this. So we went over what does this mean? So I have a statistical database in the MLS that tells you the average sales price in 2001 was 192,888. The average sales price in May of 2015, I'm sorry, June of 2015 was 382. So what does this mean? This means if you tell me what year you bought your house, and if it's an average house, I can tell you how much equity buildup you have. I can show you that purchasing real estate is still a good investment because we have equity upgrade. I can show you, should I buy real estate or not? Well, this is how much equity buildup we've had in our market since 2005. There's been 3 years we've lost in our market. 2008, we lost 0.35 in Anchorage. 2011, we went down 2.16, and then 2009 we went down 1.5. But look at that. Do you see? But 1 year we gained 12%.
Wow, 2005, 12%.
Okay. And this is year over year over year over year gain. So if this is 100%, it gained 7.98 over that 100%. So this is I can show somebody why real estate is a good investment over time value of money. I can use this and say, well, if you would have bought that same house, in 2007, you would have made, let's say 315 to 382. See that? I can show you if you miss the market. So I can use these statistics all these different ways. Do you see that? We have this thing. How much does a home cost in Anchorage today? This is a visual that I used to hand out to everybody.
350, right? It's a 350 average.
Right now,
Yeah.
about the average sale price. Let me show you. I'll show you exactly. So the average list price is 381. The average sales price is 368. It's important to know the difference. Okay. This shows you where the market is and where do you want to place yourself in the market. I show you like one of our top producing real estate licensees offers for you to sit $1 million listing. Is that really the best place for you to be? I mean, see what I'm going? This shows you that of active, there's $31 million listings, but here's how many that sold last year. You see what I mean? So if 2 sold in 1 month and 1 sold, so should you really be placing yourself in, that's just not a smart thing for you to do.
Some people love it. Everybody's
No, but I show you where should you be placing yourself in the market, where the majority of the market is, So where to leverage yourself, where to leverage your time, energy. See how I can become an expert in a market just by knowing the stats. I'm going to come back here and I can show you. This is every single area of town. This is what we called our sold market analysis. And this updates every single month. So I'm watching these stats every single month. I'm watching for any kind of big swing in our market. I'm watching for any kind of.
It's interesting. The east side, I don't care too much for the east side of town.
It's okay.
More on the south side, but it's personal preference.
Mm-hmm.
So there are some areas which I don't know, just a different.
There's some beautiful neighborhoods. Yeah.
Sure.
Like I was like at this side of the street from me. Like,
On the Boniface Hill.
It's like where Baxter goes through.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's some beautiful,
Up there. It's like
gorgeous.
Campbell,
Campbell Airstrip Road. There's stuff back there too.
yes.
Mhm.
Oh, there are some more.
Yeah.
What I'm saying.
But overall, I take your point.
there's some ghetto too. I
Mm.
understand that.
But there's some ghetto in South Anchorage, and I can show you where it's at. But anyway.
I heard that $1 million home
Mm-hmm.
that you showed the other day or yesterday.
Yeah. What'd you think of that? Fabulous.
Mhm.
They want to see a unique property. I've got that. Mm-hmm.
It's really
So Teresa, so this is one more question. back a little bit the economic point of Anchorage and the state of
Sure.
Alaska. How you
Yes.
see, because I'm gonna tell you later on, and I'm gonna jump into this business full time. I wanna go to, like you, economical forums and gatherings and forecasting and luncheons, because I really wanna see what the state has to say, the people from the
Yes.
state, or even ambassadors from foreign countries.
Sure.
Oh, I'm gonna go. I
Yeah.
would love to go to do
Yeah.
that. But what I'm saying, how you see the forecast for the next 20 years? I'm talking about combination of oil production, taxes, regulations, new governor, and so on. In a nutshell.
Oh, no, I can't project that far out, and I can probably, my line of sight just isn't that far. And I don't have a degree in economics at all, so I don't believe by any means that we have the full facts. Plus, it'll obviously depend on whether or not there's something, like Saudi Arabia turns off the oil over there. There's too many factors for you to think 20 years. But what I do believe and understand is there's some sectors that are really hurting right now. I think oil and gas is really hurting. Obviously, government is hurting. What is it? ConocoPhillips just agreed to ConocoPhillips in Alaska, the only area of ConocoPhillips that they are allowing to do any production anywhere in the world. ConocoPhillips worldwide, not North America, worldwide is the North Slope, and they have $3 billion invested, I think, over the next few years. So there's companies that and then the other thing I always tell you is watch retail. Retail is a huge.
How's the retail in numbers right now?
Well, you got to look at all the companies that just opened. H&M just opening, Nordstrom Rack opening in Midtown. So Cabela's having come, and all of the retail that's come here is they have people who that the only thing that they do is watch to where you put a store and whether or not that store is going to be profitable or not. That's their only job. So if retail is coming here, that means
you
good
specialize
things.
in hunting, fishing, obviously Cabela's
Sure.
did the analyzing, because if you're gonna put a bikini mega store in Anchorage, probably you're gonna go bankrupt after a year, I think.
Maybe, but H&M can't. And your point is well taken, but you have to take it with Ulta opening a makeup store. Makeup.
Well, there are a lot of ladies in town. I don't see any
But
problem.
say sports. I'm just saying, if you got to look at the whole picture. H&M opening, clothes.
So your retail forecast is pretty bright.
Well, and it's a huge, but I'm telling you, if retail is coming to your area is doing well. If retail is leaving your area is doing bad. Retail is a huge, for me, like from the commercial side of real estate, that's a huge indicator. Just off the top of my head, just telling you.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I gotta get started. Okay. So we're talking about personality testing. Remember I told you we were gonna start talking about that a little bit? So do you know what kind of person you are? And what do I mean by that? What's your personality type? I know you're an introvert too.
I forget, I did this a few years ago.
Oh, what'd you do?
The Myers-Briggs.
You did the Myers-Briggs, and what did you come out?
I can't remember.
Okay.
I think it was like an INL.
Hang on. It tells me what the personality types are. So let's look at this. And I'm on 16personalities.com, personality types.
16 personalities?
16personalities.com. This is one, I like this website a little bit. It's got some areas. You can pay for a premium profile if you want. So there's analysts. Okay, there's something called the architect. They're called an INTJ, imaginative and strategic thinkers with a plan for everything. There's what's called an INTP. Obviously, none of this makes sense unless you know what these I's and E's stand for. Innovative inventors with the unquenchable thirst for knowledge. Commanders, an ENTJ, bold, imaginative, and strong-willed leaders, always finding a way or making one. A debater is an ENTP. There's what they call the diplomats, the centennials, and the explorers, okay? So maybe what we need to know is what those things are. How about, yeah? So let me see. It says, read about our theory. So let's do that. First question people ask when completing our personality test is, what do the four letters mean? Referring to the INTJ, ENFPs, blah, blah. the free descriptions. Okay, let's look at this. What do they say? Oh, the free descriptions. We just went through there. Sorry. Each letter refers to a specific trait with an additional variant listed. Since the dawn of time, people are trying to categorize themselves in different ways. So we started with the zodiac, didn't we? So based on the date of your birth and the month, people believe that your zodiac tells things about you. And if you're really into the zodiac and you're in, you know, I think it's interesting. I think in all ways, there's enough generalities. And obviously when people say, when there's negative points and positive points, people say, oh my God, yes, I am a visionary and I am imaginative. People like that. So maybe they're like, yeah, that is me. I don't know. Are you, I mean, what is your sun sign? Like I'm a Pisces. You're a Virgo. Okay. And what are you? Do you know?
Leo.
You're a Leo. Okay. That doesn't surprise me. Interestingly. Okay. But I mean, have you ever read up on the sun signs and do you think it could have anything, do you think it could have any basis in reality?
No, really, I'm not following it.
I've read them, but like, I think that they're so general.
Right.
That I don't really.
Right. I agree.
Put yourself in any of them.
I agree. I agree. I mean, but interestingly enough, their horoscope is printed in the paper. There are people who plan their entire freaking lives around what somebody says in the paper based on the month and day that they were born. And there are some people who get really, really, really detailed in there. And what do? They do even more than that.
Oh, they're going to probably for fortune tellers and so forth.
Right. So divination and things like that. I mean, they go really, really deep because people are at a core wanting to know about themselves. No, I haven't heard about that. Something new with stones?
Like if you like this stone, I forget exactly what it is. Certain kind of stone, you would bury it or something, and it's full moon, or something will happen. I forget exactly.
Well, I want you to figure it out, and I want you to tell me about it on Monday, yeah? Okay, because, yeah, try and find it. Okay. So 4 temperaments of ancient civilizations, you know, your sun signs, all of these different things. I think one of the things that's really important is to know a little bit about your personality. Okay, I think that's important because I know that there are care and feeding of introverts versus extroverts. I know that introverts, when they spend time with people, or are you ready for this? Introverts, when you are showing them property. Okay. Here's something really super interesting. If I have an introvert in my car and I'm showing them property, they are only about capable of spending a couple hours with me. The more property I show them, the more drained they become. They can become highly emotional and they can actually break down. Okay, I mean literally, they can just, or I can look and watch an introvert, and I had to start paying attention to how people are reacting to the amount of property I'm showing them. Okay, so directly opposite, and I'm an introvert. Okay, so I can watch it and I know what's happening because I'm sitting in my seat sometimes going, oh my God, can this please be done? Okay, I want to go home. All right, now extroverts are totally engaged with other people. They actually receive energy and get boosted up by spending time with other people. If you put that, the worst punishment you can give an extrovert is to send them to their room when they're alone. Okay, it's a terrible punishment for them because they do not care. They would prefer to be with other people than to be alone. Now, I'm not saying they can't be alone or they can't enjoy solitude. Those are two different things. But they receive energy from other people.
Can you read people well?
Yes.
You think it's an important part of the business?
Yes. Yes. And it's very important that you learn your style versus someone else's, because when you really, my whole goal is that you want to become a production licensee. So you have to manage, physically, you have to manage yourself so that you have enough energy to complete this job. And you also physically have to manage, watch other people and know when they're done. You know, you have to be really, really careful with that, because I see And I have a couple licensees and I just love them, but I've got some people who are just, they're the energy drink hounds. They're always like wired and wide awake. They literally vibrate when you're around them. They operate, and Terry is one of those people, God bless her. She operates she tunes at a very high level. She vibrates. She's lovely. But I mean, that can exhaust some people. And they don't understand the fact that you're done because they have 10 houses to show you. And you're only on house number 4. And they have 10 houses to show you. You see that? And they're not done yet. And you've been done for an hour. And they don't understand that they drive business away because they can't read another person and see, okay, they're done. So I also have to, I'm going to tell you, I used to have a really, and I think I've already shared this with you, I used to have a really hard time with people who are like an engineering type background or somebody who is very mathematically oriented. So that would be your mathematicians, your scientists, your engineers, and that type of thing. They have no sense of humor, which I try and be funny. They have no sense of humor, zero. If it's not a right angle, it's a wrong angle. They see everything in a way that I don't perceive life. I don't perceive life in a mathematical equation, and I don't perceive life in rigid standards, right? I see shades of gray. I don't see black and white. No. That's a whole nother kettle of fish. Don't knock me off my game. But long story short, I had a really hard time interacting with those guys. And those are you guys, those are incredibly well-educated, which I love, super, super, super smart, which I love, but they don't see life the way that I do. And I had a hard time communicating with them. So I had to, absolutely, something that I had to appreciate, and I had to say, they have a skill set that I don't have and I wish I did. I'm not mathematically oriented. I am not. Geometry doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. Math, high-end math, low-end math makes perfect sense to me. Higher-end math doesn't make any sense to me. So, and I'm a person who words make sense to me, descriptions make sense to me, visuals make sense to me. I read a lot. If I can read a book on, if I can read a text word book on mechanics, I can understand it. If you show me a mathematical expression of that same word, I can't understand it. So that's how I'm oriented. So I can force myself to learn something and express it mathematically, but it's not my first nature. Long story short, I always had a hard time with that. And that's a large buying pool out there where we have a lot of those types of people who live in our area. You got petroleum engineers, you got a lot of that kind of stuff. Oh, and by the way, they have money. They're buyers, they're sellers, and if I can't interact with a person who only sees things in math, if I can't operate on their level or I can't figure out a way to get there from here, then I'm not effective. They're going to choose another licensee over me. Literally, it took a book by John Nash. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? It's called A Beautiful Mind, where I literally was like, oh my gosh, and this made sense to me. They have a beautiful mind and I don't. They see things, literally how they view the world is in math. And that's just not how I view the world. So once I was like, oh, I get it. They think differently than I do. They operate differently than I do. They make different decisions than I do. They make decisions based on dollar per square foot. They don't make decisions based on whether it's a good space. They don't make decisions on whether or not if the house feels good or looks good. They're more into function, okay? And I was like, okay, because then I had a full, oh, I get it. And if you've ever seen the movie, there's a movie called A Beautiful Mind, and you see how John Nash thought in math. And I'm like, okay, I don't think that way, I get it. So now I can adjust myself to that. Now before, it's the same concept. I got it, I understood, but I just was like, you can't be buying a house based on dollar per square foot. That can't be your criteria to buy a home. And they're like, no, you really can. So then I'm like, okay, they have a beautiful.
How did you learn the language? Because obviously, because they look at the world differently, different perspective, so the language is different. So how was
probably maybe, but I think I always fought it, and they always frustrated me. And I just think that I wasn't speaking their language, or I wasn't, I wasn't recognizing that they had that they were valid, because I didn't understand. I thought they saw the same things. I thought they saw, I'm a human being. You imagine in your mind, I imagine that you see the world, if I understand you're a man, I understand you're from a foreign country, blah, blah. But in reality, you think that if I see this chair, unless I'm colorblind, I see it as a wood chair with black metal, and it's brown, wood-esque, right? They see some things differently. You know, they see the construction that goes to it. They see the geometry of how they just see it differently. And once I got that, then I got it. And before then it was, Mars and Venus. So then I was like, oh, okay, it's form, it's function, it's math. So I'm just telling you, learning how other people think and learning what motivates other people can drastically change your interaction with people. So if I know that, I think you're an extrovert. I think you're an extroverted guy.
What the definition of the word?
Extroverted typically means that you're going to be really good in social situations. You're really active with other people. You enjoy people. You would rather be with somebody than alone. And people typically give you energy. That's typically an extrovert. Okay? Introverted people want to be, they're the wallflowers. They're the people who kind of stand off by themselves. They're uncomfortable interacting with other people a lot of the times, and spending a lot of time around other people drains them. So like when I go home at night, I'm typically drained because now watch this. I'm in a job where I have to be an extrovert, right? So is it possible?
Doesn't come automatically?
No. See, you have a beautiful mind. You just got it. This does not come naturally to me. This is years and years and years and years and years and years of training. Okay, for reals. No, and when I go home, you want to know what I want to do? I want to get into my jammies. I want to crawl in a comfortable place, and I want to read a book, and then I want to go take a nap.
Oh, I can see it. I mean, after, I was hearing, I can see it. But I never thought you're not automatically, passionately, by soul, you're not people person.
No, not at all. Not at all. As a matter of fact, I'd rather be alone than I would be with other people. You're done?
Yeah,
You're done? Okay, good to know. Thanks. That's all I needed to know. But you also have to recognize, and sometimes when there's things I can tell you about myself that people are always like, oh, I got, if I know what those things are, if I know that I spend time, I like to read, that type of stuff you can pick out. And please don't get me wrong. All of us have some attributes of some people, and all of us have, I have some attributes, and obviously there's some learned behavior, and there's anything that's a skill that if you practice enough times, you can learn. That's a skill you can get, so, right? Because, look at Michael Jordan. Is Michael Jordan the perfect basketball player?
I would say perfect. He's one of the best in the game.
Right, but there's people who are taller than he is, faster, bigger. So what did he have that all those other people didn't have? How could he?
Probably trained a lot.
Right. See what I'm saying? But that's what I'm saying. If all it was if you had to fit in a box and that's the perfect, then anyone who had all of those attributes would be Tiger Woods or, Michael Jordan. But each one of them did what? Each one of them took whatever their game was, practiced it, and became good at it. But yeah, personalities, learning about different personalities.
Yeah, I could be people well. I thought for this point. Wow.
But yeah, and you have to be careful. So you have to study. You have to study people's personality. So the Myers-Briggs test is one of the oldest personality tests you can possibly take on the internet. There's probably 50 different ways. Have you ever taken you said you have taken the Myers-Briggs personality test? And can you recognize yourself on one of these little diagrams? What did you say?
I'd have to see it.
You'd have to see it? Okay. Now, I'm going to share with you something else. Real estate has something. They have a personality test as well. Now, this is just a company that's out there that put together, they call it the agent. I'll tell you what it's called. I'm going to CryoLike. Okay. So here's a website that you guys can go to, and I'm going to actually, no, this got me, topratedanchorage.com.
So what is the 60%.com? That's one, right?
Yep, you can take that. And there's actually an agent one, and this is under, it's cryolikey.com. Sure, CRYE_LEIKE. Now, this is a massive real estate company that our company is affiliated with, okay? And they're part of the leading real estate companies of the world, which is part of our affiliation. They are in kind of the mid-Atlantic states, you guys. They're kind of in the middle area of the country.
Is there any meaning of this CryoLikey?
What's that?
Is there any meaning of this? Or just only
They're the two principals that started the company, just like Keller Williams is two guys started the company, and Mr. Keller is the one that's taking it. So they have, do you think you have so they have down here, and I've just been through here, so I kind of know where it's at. So it says career opportunities. I'm going to come down here. It says careers, real estate. Do you have what it takes to become a real estate agent? And I'm going to hit, I'm a new agent. Okay. And it says agent profiler. Think you've got what it takes to sell real estate. Okay. Agent, so you're going to take this, and it's going to say a free customized personality assessment. Guess what? Can you take this, even though you're a real estate agent in Anchorage, Alaska? Yep. Okay. You want to take it on your phone? Are you on CryoLikey?
I mean, right now?
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm going to do it here. Go. And this thing is called agent type. Okay. And guess what it's going to do? It's going to email this to wherever you want to go. Okay, Teresa. My last name is Lock. Oops.
If I fail a test,
Then you have no personality whatsoever.
So I have no personality whatsoever.
Right? Oops, golly. So I'm on cryolikey.agenttype.com. cryolikey.agenttype.com. And by the way, not the first time I've taken this. Okay, so can you keep doing it? Yeah, you can. They don't care. How'd you hear about agent type? I'm going to say cryolikey.com. Have you started or completed real estate school? Yes, I have. Are you currently licensed? Yes, I am. Okay. So it's going to ask questions. Yeah, it's agenttype.com. CryeLeike.agenttype.com. And I'm happy, I will send this out, this website out to everybody. I wonder if it's going to tell me you've already taken it, lady. Oh, that's my problem. Let's try this now. Oh, retype your email address. Okay. You do have to follow the instructions or it won't let you move forward. As in all things, right? Which kind of cracks me up. Okay. There's relax. There's not a right or wrong answer. Think about how you are when you're the most comfortable. If you can't decide, go with your first instinct. There's no right or wrong answer.
Is there a career opportunities, right?
Yeah, we don't care. It's it's cryolikey.agenttype.com. Are you finding it?
Yeah.
You got it?
as new agent. Right?
Yep, hit new agent.
An agent profiler, right?
Agent profiler, there you are.
And launch squeeze.
Launch it. You've got to fill out your stuff. And you want to give them your email address. They're not going to call you or bother you because you're out of their market area, which is good. No one has ever contacted me from them.
I would tell them, come on.
I know. Come work. Come work for us.
Expand your territory.
Come to Arkansas or Tennessee. There's not that many questions.
Time when I agree to print my name into the first and last name, the letters are disappearing.
Are they really?
Why is that?
I don't know.
Oh. Why are they disappearing?
Methodology. Methodology means how they come to the conclusion. What are the how do you get there? How do you get there? So the scientific method is, how do you make decisions? It's methodology.
My letters disappearing. I don't know why. Seriously.
Really, really?
Yeah.
Well, you know what I'll do as soon as I'll be done here, and then I'll have you jump up here and do it. So are you having a hard time answering these questions, or not? Are you there yet?
No, I'm there. Yeah, they just for some reason like I said, the letters are disappearing.
Just need to say hi. I'm allowed to say hi.
Yes, you're allowed to say hi.
Hi, how are you? Good to see you.
What you doing, lady?
I'm freaking losing my mind. I have to go make flyers and
Okay.
upload photos in MLS for a new listing.
Well, you
And
smell delicious.
thank you.
And-
Big sexy legislation.
Yummy. I'm rocking a kale by Brad's Kale Chips.
What?
Kale chips. I smell like kale chips. Bye. Glad to see you. Yeah. Are you getting there? No?
No, it's for some reason the letters sorting.
There's not that many questions.
I know, but like I said, it's just disappearing. The letters disappearing after like 2 seconds.
But guess what? I'm going to be done here in a second. I'll restart it and we'll have you go. So it should tell you at the very end, congratulations, you have what it takes to succeed in real estate. That always cracks me up. I don't think it matters what your personality is. I think you have what it takes to succeed in real estate. Oh. So we're doing personality testing right now. This is based on the Myers-Briggs profile. Have you ever heard of Crylite? Crylite Real Estate, Mid-Atlantic states?
No.
Okay. Oh. Okay. They're in the Mid-Atlantic states. They're like in Arkansas, Tennessee, Mid-Atlantic. Hello. Okay. Anybody want to, Jonathan, would it be easier for you to come up here and take it on here? Yep, no problem. Jump up there. I'm going to eat. We're taking an online test. Do you have your phone with you or no? Do you have kale?
Fennel.
So you got to go to a new agent, right?
Give me a minute. I'm gonna. Yeah, just hit launch quiz right there. Do you see
Yes,
launch
please, okay.
launch quiz right there? Oh, you got it. With I don't want to know your passy code. I'm gonna get you on here. Give me a minute. Oh, yeah. You need a bigger phone.
So August 1st, I'm supposed to get it. No.
Really? Is that when you're? Can I close nextdoor.com or no?
Yeah, please.
Is that okay? Okay, then I'm gonna.
So why is it not launching a squeeze?
I'm not sure. Let's go here. See if it opens up here. No. See if it's right there. There you go. Oh, oh, of course you were. My favorite guy, David. I do too. No, it's going to send it to you. Yep, and then if you've got your email, I want you to jump up to your email. Were you? Yeah, you can hit those, but they're not going to, like I said, they're not going to call you. So don't. What were you saying? What were you saying? I might not be able to do. You want to bowl up? Prep it up. On your phone. You might not want this on your phone. You're going to take the Myers-Briggs personality test. But I'm not sure I can do it on your phone. That might be the trouble. So I might have to have you, as soon as Jonathan is done, have you go up there and take it. Right. Exactly. Exactly. And it's a real estate specific.
Perfect.
How do you like them apples? Perfect. It's called. It's been around for a long time. So Jonathan is just getting started because we couldn't launch it in his browser.
Should I put it on laptop?
Well, you could if you wanted to.
Like that?
Is it easy? And is it? Can you? Okay. Okay. All right.
But sometimes you get questions like sometimes you do it both ways, then what?
What is your most
The most,
no right or wrong answers, right?
right.
Not what you think might make you look better, but what would be really true for you.
Yeah,
That's what
it's going to be true.
Did it come in? Oh, is that right? Okay. Oops, I'm not watching. Is it there?
What does it say? Well, it is a phone.
So it comes right away, which is good news. Now you're an alumni of UAA, and you don't get one from you. Money.
And something like this too. I got dragged into it. Did we do it on the peer chat?
It's both true again. I mean, both of the answers are true.
What do you think is the most accurate?
Yeah, you're right.
Mm-hmm. What is that? Is that exactly what you thought it was?
Yeah. I remember the last one I left my
Mhm. Can you see it? Are you able to forward it to something, like if you forward it so you can read it there? Okay. That might be super smart. Forward it so you can see it easier.
You are really thinking about this.
Some are, yes.
Some more than others?
Yeah, some more than others.
Okay. Don't read too much into it. Most of the time, don't put yourself in too many different situations. Oh, I have allergy medicine upstairs. Are you? Okay. Oh, great. Mhm. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not allowing me to go.
Yeah, I'm going.
So you didn't finish your last
No,
question.
not yet. I'm going to my last question. Right now.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, but some questions are serious. I mean,
Go based on your best information. You got your laptop. Sit juiced up. Okay. Ready? Is it on battery or do you need to get it plugged in?
No, it's not bad.
Okay. 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 Mhm. Okay. Okay, good. Right? For goodness sake. So you want to go to the internet? And if you want to Google search it, or you're Googling cryo-like, and I'll type it in for you, if you can get the browser open. Mm-hmm. Hit that, hit connect. Mhm. Doesn't matter, doesn't matter. No, you just, no, you opened it, no, you opened it. Okay, great. You gotta get on the, you gotta open up a browser. There you go. Okay, CRYE. No, no, you're there. Just, oh, CRYE. Oh, okay. All right. It can, yeah. And there's a lot of Wi-Fi going on in this room. I've got, we're streaming. Everybody's on a computer. I'm showing videos. Okay, let's see. Okay. Or I can go up here. All right, is this your? Oh, okay. Thank you, lady.
I'm never gonna make that one.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna try it again. You're connected, great. Now I'm gonna do this. There you go.
Okay.
You're welcome. It says it is. It says you're connected.
Oh, I know what happened. X out of that one.
Okay.
X out of that one right there. X out.
Mhm.
Okay. That's something else.
Okay. We just want to go to Google, to a Googly.
This guy?
Mm-hmm.
That's Chrome.
That's Google.
Okay.
Google Chrome. Okay. Sure. Right, right. Are you eating fish? Fish for Fridays. Oh. Now I got you. No, so it says it's not available. So here's what I can do to. So. Okay. Here we go. Not responding, it says. It's spinning. How's your computer? How's your computer?
2012, I think.
Is it? So it's really new. Okay.
Is that you?
It's a lot newer than mine.
You can look at the clip.
So it's loading things up. So it might be. Well, let's see what it says.
Wow.
Are y'all done?
Yeah, well, yes.
Now we're gonna get.
You have what it takes.
Yeah.
I have what it takes.
You, it does, is that nice to know? I have what it takes. So I'm gonna have you come up here and do it.
So let me just finish it up.
Okay. Do you believe harder than you thought? It's harder for Jonathan to take it because he can see himself doing both things. Now, that can be true. I tend to be just more decisive and say, yes, yes, yes. So what are you reading? What are you finding out? And do you think this is true to life to you?
For the most part, it's true. There's one thing. I think it's the competitiveness. Like I was competitive, or maybe it's something. I don't know. But I feel like I am because I've always liked community, and I just want to know what it is.
Really?
So I love to argue.
Yeah.
But I love to argue and point.
Right.
So that was the one thing that I saw.
That maybe wasn't true to you. Or maybe it's just, and again, this is just kind of like the broad spectrum. Not everything is going to be
Right.
true to
Everything
you.
else seems
Like really. So you're going to say no and no. Jonathan, you're going to say no and no.
Oh, no, I know.
Say hit no and no.
Okay.
No and no. Then hit continue. No? Twice?
You asked me a question.
What did I ask you?
You asked me how.
Okay.
Anybody ever thought of me in my real estate career as less than a year?
Oh, less than a professional. Oh, you said twice. So come up here and tell me about it.
Twice that's happened.
Okay, when did that happen?
Just recently.
Okay, oh, really?
And he said, real estate licensees need to get real jobs.
Now, tell me who this was and why you think they might have said that.
Long-term client.
Long-term client, okay.
And he had gone and worked with other people along the way, came back to me.
Uh-huh.
And that was his take on it. And then, not necessarily me, but his take on it.
Gotcha.
And another one was, Virginia Collins. She was a
Yes,
legislator.
yes.
Her husband Bucky.
Mm,
Crazy transaction.
okay. Now, I'm going to have you start here. So we're asking questions, and this is I am just messy. I'm just messy. That's all you need to know about me.
Got it in your computer.
It's not mine, so I don't have to worry. It's awesome. But I'm at least online.
Okay.
So you're starting at the top. Can you? I'm right here.
Yes.
There you go. That's okay.
I do that on a regular basis.
Thanks, Terry.
You're welcome.
Here's a question.
Yes.
After the test, I mean, truly, honestly, it tells some people this profession is not for you.
I don't know if it'll tell you that or not. I might tell everyone this profession is for you. Yeah, I know. I don't know. It'll probably tell everyone this is right for you. So did you get the, are you able to check your email on there?
I will, but I just try to figure out how I can, couldn't get the letters.
I can't understand it. It might be, would it hit there? Would it go? It was really reacting pretty strongly.
See when I'm right here, type in my first name, the letter comes up and then disappears. Hold on a second. Now it doesn't disappear.
Okay.
See, you have a magic touch.
There it is.
It did disappear all
That's
the time.
okay. That's okay. That's all right.
Wow.
That's all right.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for touching my phone.
You're welcome. Anytime. Anytime.
This is fun. Can you tell I'm not using this guy very often?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what's this?
So just hit continue. I think it's moving to the next page. Otherwise, it might have. I wonder if it didn't take your stuff. You might have to do it again. Okay. So are you able to check? So
I'm checking my email.
you're checking your email right now. Okay. And you came in as in,
Oh, something happened.
did something happen?
Something.
Okay.
It didn't take me.
Okay, we'll try again. and it explains about everything. So what did it say your suggestions are? Not even there yet? Okay. Oh, you are very mysterious. You're very mysterious, though.
You'll be more interested in ascertaining and finding viruses, starting with basic facts, financial resources, information, the virus, and alternatives around the facts. Let your insights guide, not direct your decisions. Learn to develop a team to help with networking, problem solving, and moving sales process forward.
Smart.
And practice delivering your verbal presentations and closing out emails with friends and colleagues to improve your self-confidence before making them to clients.
Does that sound like a smart thing for you to do? And would that be something you would do anyway?
Uh-oh.
I don't do it in front of people, but I know for school, like they told us, because we had to take classes to prevent, we had to practice, like even if it was by ourselves in a room. So yeah. And then do not take the judgments and decisions of others personally. Business outcomes may often require that you compromise your ideals and be more practical.
Okay. What do you think? Overall, do you think that speaks to you? Do you think that's accurate to you?
Overall, yeah.
Okay. Are you getting there, Missy?
Mhm.
Okay. Are you continuing?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Kimberly, will you do me a favor? Will you email your report to me? And I'm tblock@jackwhite.com. Jonathan, will you email your report to me? It's tblock@jackwhite.com.
Uh-oh.
Okay, and what did you come in as?
Motivator.
A motivator. What are you? You're an ENFP. Ah. You're 35% extroverted, 35% intuitive, 60% feeling, and 60% perceiving. So it's extroverted versus introverted, intuitive versus, I'll have to tell you the other one, feeling and perceiving. I'll tell you what the other ones are. So you're a motivator. So I just think this is going to be very interesting for you.
I have a question.
Are you having, so don't think too hard.
Okay, before I make a telephone call.
Most of the time. Most of the time.
If it's just a regular one or if it's just a whatever one.
Just go with what you would do most of the time. That's what I can tell you, because I know I have to stop and say, here's what I would do in business and here's what I would do personally. But don't be, just be more general.
I called because I have a reason to call, but I don't rehearse it.
Right.
Okay.
Well, you just would, don't overthink.
When presenting.
That's the hardest thing, is don't overthink this. There's no right or wrong. Just go with your gut. tblock@jackwhite.com. And why do you think I want to know your personality type? Yeah. What motivates you? What demotivates you? What, how you think a little bit better? Yeah. So anybody out there who's taking these personality quizzes, please send them to me at tblock@jackwhite.com. And you have taken the agent type, and this is based on the Myers-Briggs personality test. Okay. And guys, right now it's 1 o'clock. So Jonathan, that was one whole boot camp right there.
Thank you for the push-ups.
You're welcome. Do you feel amazing? You notice I don't show up in my, I'm going to go get, yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go get a Master Sergeant outfit. Yeah, I don't. Maybe I should be in better shape if I did that. Still do it? Yeah, okay. So anybody out there, if you've taken the agent type, I want a copy of it. If not, if you haven't, I'm going to send you the link and ask you to take it, and I'd like to see it. Okay, so thanks. I'll talk on Monday.
There's just one more thing.
Yeah.
Next week, you have all week boot camps?
I'll have to tell, I'll look and see what I do. What are we, do you have our meeting scheduled, Missy? It's on Monday, isn't it, for sure?
You know what, this is so hard to answer.
Well, you're overthinking.
You know, but when working with people, it depends what I'm doing.
Well, just in general. In general. What do I mean by in general? In general.
It is August 10th, 12, 13, and 14. I think that's all.
What are your picks?
What made you get the 35? Actually, I wasn't even looking for one today. I thought it. But I mean, it's another 16.
Probably, what we did that, Maybe.
Actual shopping.
maybe.
So now on Tuesday, so 12.
So Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay. All next week. Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Friday.
No, it's not.
Monday, Wednesday.
We don't do Tuesdays, how come? They'll give you.
I was actually not in this week for doing the saving thing. I was doing that. I woke up and my college is still like work was on school, but it goes that bad. Yeah, I thought I was going to PR and I was just going to work and I started thinking of that. So now the one you're doing the saving thing.
You have to do that.
I don't think so. No, not that I think it was just allergies. Just warm weather and then also okay. As you can, it's going to pass.
Oh, so.
Okay. Yes, that one.
That
That one.
Okay. Yeah, but I gotta know about it, I do.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to turn off the. That's okay.
So are you taking this very serious? I mean,